If we can start finding your seats, we will commence in about, 20 seconds. Before I start the meeting, can I have Commissioner Martin Sena come up here? And bring your guys up. Over here, when we do things, we do it as a team. We do it together. I want to thank Commissioner Sena for the wonderful music he provided last night. And I also want to thank Anita Lopez, who was there last night, and she tore it up too. And I want you to introduce your rest of your trio.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Las Vegas. Just thank you all for what you do. It was a pleasure performing for you. It's always a pleasure performing. I know Commissioner Medina had the pleasure, and we had the pleasure of accompanying him last night with some songs. And so this is Matthew Martinez. He's sitting there with us playing guitar today. And Marcos, enjoy your day, enjoy your conference. Again, thank you all for what you do.
Let's give him a great big. Thank you. They had me, last night at the reception, they had me sing a song with them. And then I looked around and everybody had left. So for those that left, I know who you were. But with that, I just want to let everybody know that that's the way we do it here in D4. And we do it like that because in these small communities, we stick together, we're family. And when we need help, everybody's first in line to reach out. So with that, I want to thank Martin, and we really appreciate it. And from this point on, I'll call him Commissioner Sena. With that, I want to call to order the New Mexico State Transportation Commission, July 21st at 8:34. Let the record show that 5 commissioners are present and a quorum has been established. May I have a roll call?
Here. Commissioner Ellis?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
Here.
Chairman Adams?
Here.
Commissioner Bush?
Here. And with that, I want to go ahead and move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Chairman Harold Garcia, could you lead us in that? Thank you. So you didn't have to stay up that late studying it. You got it. Fellow commissioners, you've had a chance to review the agenda. Is there any changes, deletions at this point? Comments?
Mr. Chairman, I make a recommendation that we remove item 10D from the agenda.
10D, approval of the bar number 6, Raton Port of Entry. Do I have a second?
I second that, Mr. Chair.
We have a second by Commissioner Lundstrom. All in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. We'll now move on to the approval of minutes. You've all had a chance to review the minutes of the regular meeting of May 19th, 2022. What is the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we accept the minutes as written.
We have a motion from Commissioner Lundstrom. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Commissioner Chenoweth. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that carries unanimously. We'll now go to introductions. And do we have that list, Mershan? Oh, no, hold on. Introductions, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Secretary Serna, and he can do some introductions of his staff. And if Deputy Secretary Reese would help him.
Yep. Do you have the sign in this, Commissioner, for the elected officials that might be here?
We should have it from back there.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to remind some folks that maybe need to sign up, that maybe came in late, because they're elected officials.
And if you came in late and you haven't signed up, and when we get to public comment, feel free. Just to let you know that this commission welcomes public comment. That's what we're here for. And if we stay here all day, then that's what we'll do, because it's important to us to hear what you have to say. And so with that, I will turn it over to Secretary Serna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. Always consider Las Vegas my second home, and so it worked out well. The timing of this commission meeting, an opportunity to be back here. And I want to introduce County Commission Chairman from San Miguel County, Harold Garcia is here, did our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for being here. We also have from the City of Clayton, County of Union Commissioner Walter Hall. Mayor of San Juan, Billy Joe Barnes. Another commissioner from San Miguel County, good friend, Kenneth Medina. Let's see, we have from Edgewood, Santa Fe County, Commissioner Anaya. Town of Edgewood, okay, thank you, sorry about that. All right. I'm gonna go down the list here. San Miguel County, District 4, Supervisor, we have Christine Cariaga. Did I say that right? Cariaga? From Las Vegas, we have our summer intern. Is it Jaden Herrera, District 4? I think I got to meet him yesterday. The city manager from Raton, Scott Berry. We have State Representative Ambrose Castellano with us, represents Las Vegas. Thank you, Ambrose. Let's see, did I miss anyone? San Miguel, Las Vegas City Councilor Michael Montoya. Good morning. Mr. Chair, I think I've got everybody. Thank you.
Is that everybody? Because I know some of you walked in late. And then we're gonna let each, what the heck happened there? We're gonna let everyone speak if you wanna come up and address the commission. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to our commission members. And we can introduce ourselves. We'll start with Commissioner Sandoval.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jennifer Sandoval, Commissioner for District 1.
Bruce Ellis, District 2 Commissioner.
Hilma Chinoweth, District 3 Commissioner, and I'm so thrilled to be back in Las Vegas. I used to spend a lot of time out here when I was younger.
Walter Adams here at District 4, and I walked around the room today and shook a lot of your hands. And what makes me proud to be up here, my dad always told me when I was growing up that titles aren't everything. That's what you do with that title that defines who you are. And I don't consider myself a title. I consider me one of you. And with some of you that are in here, I worked side by side with snowstorms out on the construction roads. And so I just want to tell you, and I'll do it a little bit more in my opening remarks, that thank you for showing up. And it's because of you that we have success here at NMDOT. So thank each and every one of you for all the work you do. I always say that we're like a puzzle, and there's not one piece that's more important, because if you're missing one piece, it doesn't matter if it's a small one or a big one. Without that piece, we can't get things done. And the motto here at District 4 is we'll do whatever it takes to get the job done. So I want to thank each and every one of you. All play an important role. Thank you for being with us here this morning, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Lundstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for inviting us up here. It's always good to come back up here. I went 1 year to Highlands, and boy, things have changed. Again, my name is Charles Lundstrom. I'm the Commissioner for District 6 down in Cibola, McKinley, and Catherine counties. Thank you.
And I'll turn it over to Secretary Serna so he can introduce the executive staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a pleasure to get to know the executive team. I'm going to ask for Deputy Secretary Reese to help me out here. So let's see what we're going to start with. I'm kind of pointing them out on the room. You all know Jerry Valdez. John was back here too. John Romero. There you go. George Dodge. I know we brought George with us. Of course, you know Rick Padilla. I want to let Rick, I think if it's okay to introduce it. Well, I could introduce our district engineers in a bit. Our Deputy Secretary, Justin Reese. Marissa Mays is here, right here in front. Yeah. Franklin, pleasure to get to know Franklin and the work that he's doing as well. So if I can, Deputy Secretary Justin, you're more familiar with the list. I'm going to be sure not to forget anyone.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. We do have all our district engineers here. We do have District 1. We have Ken Baca. We have our HWA Administrator, Cindy Vigu, along with Rodolfo. We have a lot of patrols here from Las Vegas area and District 4, so I'd like you guys all to please stand up. I'm sorry, we've got Joe De La Rosa here in the front. That's it, Secretary. Unless I missed anybody, I'm sorry. The other NMDOT staff here, please stand up. We have Mallory Monzaladas in the back. I forgot Mallory, and we forgot Rashawn. We got Rashawn back here. And Denise Peralta.
Thank you, Justin.
And to finish off the introductions, I just want to say one thing, is that here at District 4, but not only District 4, throughout the state and all 6 districts, we have a team that follow us everywhere. Our IT team, our people that come in and set up a day ahead of time, and they're a big part of this as anything else, and as always, we want to thank them for all the job that they do. They're over here on the side, and they're probably all over, so can give them a big round of applause. I remember asking some people one day when I was still here, was that I used to go and I used to meet with crews, and I used to ask them, what's the most important position on a football team? And guess what the answer that I got most of the time was? Quarterback. And I'd say, well, why quarterback? Well, you know, they handle the ball, they do this and do that. But we fail to realize, and any organization is only as strong as its employees. We can only come up here and look good because of our employees, and we're blessed for that. But a quarterback can't get his job done if the line isn't blocking, if the running backs aren't running, if the defense doesn't give him back the ball. So there, as I said before, everybody here plays an important role, not one more than the other. It's all for one here and one for all. So I just wanted to, and then I want to thank everybody in the back. James, if you want to recognize who, with all the snacks, because we got donuts. I've only eaten 4 so far, so I got a while to go. But James, do you want to introduce who provided the snacks and?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yeah, you, hey Gabby, I have 2 or 3 in my pocket already.
Not anymore.
So thank you all for coming, for setting up the refreshments, and just for the work you do each and every day. And with that, I guess we'll go ahead and move on. I'm gonna do my opening remarks, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for attending our meeting here at District 4. Each and every one of you are important. This commission has made it a mission to make sure that each and every person is heard. We represent the whole state. We represent rural America. We represent urban America, and they're all different. But they're not different in that we all need resources. So with that, I want you to know that we're here to listen to you. We're here to help in whichever way we can. We got a great staff here. We have all our DEs over here, our executive staff, and we're willing to partner, and that's what our goal is to partner with each and every one. In these small communities like Las Vegas, Mora, the surrounding areas, we don't have that many resources. We don't have the resources that other entities have. So what do? We share, we pull together. And I'm gonna tell you that here in northern New Mexico, and you heard me talk about this at the last meeting, were the fires, and they were devastating. Those fires were devastating. Now we're dealing with the floods, and it's been a heck of an effort, but I'm gonna tell you this, here in northern New Mexico, nobody does it better than us, because when the time gets tough, we all help our neighbors, we help our family, we all come together as one. And I'm very proud to sit here to say that with the joint efforts of the county, with the joint efforts of the city, with the joint efforts of DOT, with the joint efforts, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but the forestry, there was the county commission up in Mora and others, everybody came together for a common goal to make sure that we helped our neighbors, and I can say that there was no fatalities. Is Sheriff Lopez here? Sheriff Lopez, come up, if you could come up for a second. And the reason I'm bringing up Sheriff Lopez, he was a big part in coordinating a lot of the fires. He was the one that was out there day and night, and now he's dealing with the floods, and I tell him to go home, and he doesn't listen. And he really, really cares, and this commission wants to thank you for all your efforts and all your coordination, but more importantly, that you genuinely cared to be out there and to make a difference. And all the people in this room, the elected officials, our employees, that's the one thing that no one can take away from them. They have pride in what they do. And each and every day that they show up to make a difference. There's other people that show up, and you know what I mean by that. Our people show up to make a difference, so we want to thank you for your efforts too, because I know it took a lot of time away from your family. would say that as far as I know, we didn't have any fatalities or anything, correct?
That's correct. We did recently have some with this other fire that came up, but for the Taft County Hermes Peak, we did not have no fatality.
Well, thank you, and if you have anything to say, we would.
I think the chairman said it best in that, we're only as good as each of our partners, and, it's been amazing the way everybody's come together to really, pull through during this crisis, which is one of the biggest crises that the state's ever seen or dealt with. So, with that and with the limited resources that we do have in rural, New Mexico, northern New Mexico, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's pitched in to help keep our people safe and to help provide, resources for our people. Thank you.
Thank you for your job. You know that when I was here, people used to say, it's just a job. Well, to me, it was never a job. And as most of you know, I was here for 42 years. And when you come upon someone that was just in an accident, it's not a job. One of the times I came up on a snowstorm with a van that had just wrecked, and the mother went into shock, and she had a 1-year-old baby, and I ended up holding that baby and with a bottle until state police and ambulances could get there. Those are things that, it's not a job, it's what we do, and we do it good because we care. And I just, again, you'll hear me say this through the whole meeting, I can't thank each and every one of you in here, all the other counties and cities that are represented here today. Thank you for the job that you do, the leadership you provide, and without the leadership, then we can't get things done either. But with that, I want to again welcome you to Las Vegas, and I want to thank Highlands for hosting us. And I just want to tell you that with the reception we had last night, I want to thank the County of San Miguel for that beautiful reception too. And everybody had a good time. But if you see the attendance we have here, that just goes to show that I'm glad that they're here, because these are the people in the trenches, and these are the people that go in each and every day. And again, why? To make a difference. So with that, I am going to go on to item 6, which is a tribute to our former secretary, Michael Sandoval. If you can come up, would appreciate it. I'll still call you secretary, so.
He looks a little bit more relaxed, Mr. Chair.
You look relaxed. Hey,
I feel relaxed, Mr. Chairman.
I used to like, he used to sit next to me here, and I used to like that because it always looked like I had a little bit more hair. Every time I had a meeting and I'd come and I'd bring a comb. I never used it, but I'd bring one. But
Now, based on Ricky, it looks like you have a little less hair now, Mr. Chairman.
well, I can't argue that. No, I want everybody here to know that when Secretary Sandoval came on board, we were looking for somebody that would come in, hit the ground running, more importantly, take care of our employees, because it's critical that we take care of our employees. Number 2, to take care of the state, roads, and we have just about everything. And I can tell you this, that when Secretary Sandoval came on board, he did one hell of a job, and he was on it almost 24/7, 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock. And we travel around the state with these meetings, and there's not a place we didn't go where elected officials got up and thanked him for the job he was doing, thanking him for the time and effort he gave to him. It was just outstanding. He helped work on some of the pay packages for employees. We were able to pick up boot allowance, we were able to pick up clothing allowance. We were able to bring in people at midpoint. We were able to do the in-band increases when we could. I mean, he did everything he could to make sure that every employee was getting fairly compensated. And I could go on and on about Secretary Sandoval, but I'll just tell you this, we appreciated everything you did, and the things you did, we're seeing the results, the fruition of those things, and I was proud to sit next to you up here, and I think we got a lot of things done, but I just want to say that this Secretary Sandoval did way of what my expectations were, and it was proud to serve with you, and it was proud to have you as secretary and to lead this state, because we have the best employees anywhere, and you know that. So with that, Secretary, I want to turn it over to each commissioner. We'll start with Commissioner Sandoval. And
I just want to say you're a true professional, and we are so lucky to have had you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Michael, thanks. You know, in a business environment, a lot of times, the first impression that you have of people is not always accurate. So when you have an opportunity to expand that impression, you're either A, disappointed, or B, impressed. Michael, you impressed me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
And I'm going to continue calling you Secretary Sandoval as well. Thank you so much for your leadership, for the tone that you set in your department, the example that you set for everyone, and for all that you accomplished when you were in that position. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, I echo the chair's comments. I really like the fact that you looked after your employees. I like the fact that you always gave them credit, because those guys are out working. The men and women in this agency are always out working hard, and I like the fact that you recognize them around the state. That was one of the best things that I've ever seen from a cabinet secretary. Good luck in your retirement, and you ever need anything, come by and see us again, okay?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
And I'd like for the Secretary Serna to, because he worked with you in different capacities.
Michael, Secretary Sandoval. There you go. Yeah, man, it's a pleasure to see you again. Secretary Sandoval and I worked, side by side, and when I was in other capacities, and, he's the man. Not just myself, but there are 60 other secretaries out there, man, that look to you to understand how they can keep it cool and together under the worst of situations, under a lot of pressure, and under the expectations of a governor who has really, really high expectations. And I don't know how you did that. I'm already intimidated 4 days in with the size of this organization. So how you did it, you'll have to tell me from time to time. I'll bribe you with breakfast, lunch, or dinner, whatever it's going to take. But it's clear from what I've heard about you that there's some big shoes to fill. There's no question about that. And I promise you, I'll do my very best to take care of your family, man. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Secretary, Deputy Secretary Reese, I'd like you to say some words too.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Sandoval, Mike, it's been an honor working side by side with you. I know we have a little thing for you to watch, but thank you for everything you've guided me and helped me with, and helping the department. You're a great leader, a great friend. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it.
Any one of the Ds or any of the executive staff that would like to say anything at this point?
Sure, I'd like to. Good morning, and Ricky, good morning, Mike, and just want to thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you've come a long way, and I appreciate everybody here. Thank you, Mike.
Welcome.
Any,
Mike, I just want to tell you I appreciate everything that you've done for me, not just professionally, but personally. You and I can remember when you first came in as secretary, you actually came down and met me in Cruces. We met with the property owner, and then we walked over to the Walmart, stood in the Walmart parking lot, and I just appreciate all the guidance and support that you've given me, not just professionally, but personally. So congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Trent.
Mike, Secretary Sandoval, said thank you, especially for Clinton, Mr. Jared, myself, being able to do our jobs, and always there supporting us, and just under your leadership. So that would be the definition of leadership.
Thank you.
Secretary Sandoval, yes, I gotta say, I appreciate you. I sat in your office and I was tired, and you invested in me. And
Thank you, Jim.
Mike, well, thank you for moving me from the acting to speak here. Acting for about 3.5 years. And when I really, I certainly appreciate it. You know, in my, feels like a long career, so I only run into a handful of people who are as good communicators as you are. Convey integrity and honesty and openness. And you inspire confidence in everything you do, just in your demeanor, the way you interact with people. And, I've learned a lot about communication from you. I didn't know I had anything else left to learn, but I observed you. Good, my congratulations, and I gotta tell you that, I would say, I'm speaking word by word, and I say thank you on behalf of the Grateful State. Really mean a lot.
Thank you, Paul.
Anyone else? Oh, okay.
I also would like to thank you for instilling the confidence in hiring me for District 6 engineer. I know very left and you have pretty big shoes for me to fill, and thank you for having that confidence in me. And also, I agree with everything that's been said here. Under your leadership, I think we've come a long way, and it's great to have been, had a little bit of time under your leadership when I was hoping for a little bit more, but but you look like you just have the world and the weight lifted off of you, so good luck in your next endeavors and enjoy the best.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to say something? Well, with that, I would just like to say this, Secretary. He was like the best of the best, but he wasn't perfect, okay? And he wasn't perfect in the fact that he graduated from St. Mike's. But I never held it against him, okay, just for the record. No, I'm gonna end it with this, Secretary. It was a pleasure and an honor to work with you, but more importantly, the respect I have for you goes a little deeper, because this goes a long way with me, because I'm old school, I grew up like that. You never forgot who you were, and you never forgot where you came from. And that's the most important thing we can do in life, is that when we get somewhere, we take people with us. And I know you did that every step of the way. So with that, thank you. Thank you for everything you did. We appreciate you. And we're going to present you with this plaque. And if maybe we could get a picture, we'll have all the commissioners come up here real quick.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a video that we would like to show, if that's okay. Mike, your leadership in this department has been exceptional. Mike, your leadership in this department has been exceptional. Thank you so much for bringing me on board and trusting me to create this big communication department and supporting all of those efforts as well. I hope that your retirement will bring you lots of time for the things that you love. There are some other friends and colleagues that would like to wish you farewell.
Mike, congratulations on a wonderful career. You've done some amazing things, not only as cabinet secretary, but I've had the pleasure of working with you since 1999, and you've always handled everything, every challenge, every task with your class and poise.
Congratulations, Mike, on your retirement. That's when you know you made it in life.
I just want to thank Mike for the opportunity to be a part of his executive team. We've done a lot of great things. We have a lot of great people here in this agency.
Just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you on behalf of me, my family, and the department for all you've done for us these last few years that I've been here.
Really was an honor to work with you for the last 3 years. You put together one heck of an executive team, and it was really my honor to be a part of that team, man.
And because of you, Mike, I held myself up to a higher standard. Congratulations on your retirement, achieving that, and moving forward and on to your next career, buddy.
Congratulations on your retirement. It's been wonderful working with you all these years. And thank you for taking a chance on me 18 years ago. I hope I did you proud.
Morning, Secretary Sandoval. I have my apologies, I couldn't make it to the commission meeting this morning. Had a meeting here at Red Hawk in Las Cruces. If you happen to see Bert there, tell him I'll return his call as soon as my meeting's over.
Hey, Mike, congratulations on your retirement from state government and getting out with all your faculties in place, except for your hair, of course. When I worked with the state police and I met you, we did some great stuff, and I really appreciate that. We became great friends.
I'm also gonna miss the conversations we had where I had to put my foot down and say no to you.
Congratulations on your abandonment. Retirement. On a serious note, thank you for your years of friendship, of advice.
I appreciate the conversations we've had. I appreciate the opportunity to speak openly and you consider our opinions. It means a lot to the guys in the field.
Fighting for the everyday people at District 2, bringing better wages, better conditions, improving morale.
And I want to say thank you for your support and understanding during my time as district engineer, even when times were hard.
About 2 months ago in a Teams meeting, you recommended me that I take a vacation. So I've taken your advice, I programmed a vacation, I put it in my personal STIP. It's in the outer years, it's unfunded, but nevertheless, it's there.
I know now you'll be able to spend some more time with your kids and be able to attend a lot of their track meets and their basketball games and all the sports that they do.
And I am a little bit sad that I don't get to finish off my career with you as cabinet secretary, but still, congratulations, it's very well deserved, and good luck on your next adventure.
I especially want to thank you for your role for the last few years in helping to build a stronger relationship between the department and the contracting community.
You should be proud of all your accomplishments at DOT. Really appreciate you as a leader and learned a lot from you.
And you have led this agency with such class and dignity. And you deserve this next chapter in your life.
And looking forward to not just working with you in another capacity, but also having more time to get out and go to games and have some golf time with you, a little more than we currently have.
And I understand the stresses of the job, being a former cabinet secretary, so I commend you. Family first, of course, golf a close second.
No more 2 a.m. phone calls, no setting an alarm clock unless it's for an early morning tea time the next morning, and every day feels like Saturday.
You got my thanks personally for entrusting your confidence in me. You have the thanks to the district, you have the thanks to the department, and you have the thanks for your service.
Everything you've done for this wonderful state we live in, you will be missed, and your legacy will continue for a very long time.
Every day we come to work, we're proud to work for NMDOT, and you have a lot to do with that.
At the end of the day, I wish you continued success, happiness, and health.
And I really appreciate the opportunity that you gave me. Coming from an old sailor like me, fair winds and following seas.
I just want to thank you. Enjoy your time off, and we'll see you soon, buddy. Congratulations and take care.
And I want you to remember that you can always text me to get an update for your travel from Santa Fe to your sporting event here in the Albuquerque metro area. Stay in touch. Thanks.
And now, moving into your retirement, I know we will continue to be friends because I own a brewery and we know you have an affinity for whiskey. So see you here afterwards. Enjoy your retirement.
I want to thank you personally and professionally. You have mentored me and showed me leadership and challenged me to always do better, and I'll be forever grateful for that. If you could help me with my golf game, that would also be greatly appreciated. But in all seriousness, I wish you all the best, and I will see you down the road.
You will always be family. So toodles for now.
Hey, Mike. First of all, I'd like to start with congratulations on your retirement, Mike. Well deserved. You put the time in, and you deserve everything you get out of it, buddy. I think learning from you the things I did here at the DOT is going to make me go a long way. Just learning to be the person that you were, and to see the things that you did. The one thing I'll never be able to top is your public speaking. Never speak after Mike, because there's no way to fill those kinds of shoes. But Mike, thank you for everything you've done for myself and my family, and then everybody here at the DOT. You're a great inspiration. You're going to be a huge loss, but you deserve to ride off into the sunset, Mike. It's well deserved, buddy. And you're more like a mentor to me these last 3 years, but I think what I really got out of it was a good friend, a great friend, and I will cherish that every time I see you on Sunday, Mike. So congratulations, Mike, and learning from you, I think we'll be okay. So you have a great retirement, Mike. You deserve it.
So you can see the admiration and respect. You can see the admiration and respect that Secretary Sandoval had, and it was throughout the state. Entities, representatives, senators, you name it. And I noticed how everybody in the video said, Mike, thanks for the opportunity. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. Well, I was still working there when Mike was there, and I didn't get one of those opportunities. That's why I'm here. So, but again, thank you for everything, Mike, and we'll always be friends. We'll always be family, and you're gonna have some hard shoes to fill. So, I know we'll be seeing you around. I know you're already doing some work here and there, and so thank you again, Mike, for everything you've done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to mention, and first of all, thanks to you for everything that you've done for me and this commission. I think I first started talking about retirement. I talked to you, it was probably last Thanksgiving when we had that conversation. I said, I might soon be ready to retire. And finally made that decision, and it was a tough decision. It really was, because Ricky will find out soon, this is the best job you can have in state government. I honestly believe that. And things are going well, and it took a lot for me to leave, and I kind of made a list when I really was making that final decision about reasons to stay and reasons to leave. And the reasons to stay, there was a long list. I have a wonderful commission. You guys worked with the department great in my 3.5 years that I was here. Never had a better relationship, I feel, with the commission that we had. I have an excellent staff. I've said this before. I don't care what government agency, I would put this staff against anybody. I think we have talent everywhere you look in all the districts, all the way to the patrol levels and the people in the field that work so hard. We have money, as you know. The department has been well funded over the last several years. It looks like there's going to be more money. And so I started making this list, and there was 10, 15, I could go 20 deep into why I should stay with everything good that's going on. And I started making the list of reasons to retire, and the first one on the list was family. Just the amount of time this job takes. I still have 2 kids, and to be honest with you, I didn't go to number 2, Mr. Chairman. After I had family, that was reason enough for me to leave. I had a good career, 27.5 years. I've been able to spend a lot of time with my family over the last couple months that I've been retired. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I really miss the job and I miss the people. And when I did retire, you start to wonder how you're going to fill your day, and all that happens, right? You have honeydews, you have golf, you have work, you have all these things to fill your day. The one thing I haven't been able to replace, Mr. Chairman, is the people. and you know that from having retired, is you miss these guys and women behind me each and every day and the interaction that you have with them, and miss seeing all the good work that they do and all the good work ethic they have and the dedication they have to this department and to this state. And that's what I miss right now the most, Mr. Chairman, is that. I can fill my day and all of that, but I miss these folks behind me that I worked side by side with for so many years. So I wanted to thank you for doing this for me today. It means a lot to me. Seeing all my friends and colleagues here, what I call my family is behind me and around me, and be able to do it in your hometown. But I want to thank you personally for everything you've done and helped me along the way and for today. So Ricky, congratulations, good luck. If you ever need anything, certainly willing to help you. You will soon find out best job you can have in state government, best staff you can have in state government. And I did want to thank Justin, Mr. Chairman, because as you know, historically, this department has always had 3 deputies. I've been here 25 years with this department, always had 3 deputies. Me and Justin were secretary and 1 deputy secretary. And we've been able to do everything with that and the staff we had behind us. So thank you, Justin. You've done an excellent job. I know Justin has mentioned he's going to be retiring shortly. You deserve it. It was tough, but we got through it. So if there's ever anything you need, Mr. Chairman, I'm around. You won't probably see me in a suit and tie anymore, hopefully. I like my outfit today much better. It's much more comfortable. But I'm still around if you need anything. Of course, Ricky, if you need anything, let me know. But thanks again.
No, thank you. And let's give him another great round of applause. And before we go on to the next item, I want to let everybody know that we have a new secretary up here. His first official day was Monday, so hadn't had a chance to do much other than start getting caught up and trying to figure things out, because as you guys know, we have a lot of projects going on. More importantly, I want to echo what Secretary Sandoval said. When Secretary Sandoval decided to retire, they asked Deputy Secretary Reese to step in, and he never flinched, he never hesitated. He jumped in and he says, hey, I'm ready to go. And he's on the verge of retirement. He's leaving, I think, at the end of September or October 1st. And so he said, hey, as long as you need me, I'll be here. He did a wonderful job, a great job. And if he wouldn't have been retiring, then we'd probably still have him. But we want to thank him for the job well done. We appreciate all your efforts. And then our secretary that took over is, and a lot of you know you because he has a lot of connections here in Las Vegas, is Secretary Serna, Rick Serna. So he will be taking over the reins. He took over Monday, and he'll be the next guy that'll hopefully take us into the year of the future. So with that, we can thank Secretary Reese and welcome Secretary Serna. We can. And with that, I am going to jump to public comment. Before we do public comment, I'm going to allow anybody that wants to come on. This commission has made it a point to say, we care, we want to listen, we can't get better, we don't know what problems are if they're out there. If you want to come and say that we're the best commission you've ever seen, we like that very much. But if you just have to come up here and say, hey, we're not getting services, we're not getting this, we're not getting that,
let us know.
we can't solve problems together if we don't know what the problems are, or I should say concerns. I like to use the word concerns better. So before I get into that, we're going to let everybody come up. I want to bring up Representative Castellano right away, if he's still back there. You have to leave? Okay. Well, let me just hit on Representative Castellano. He's been our representative in this area. and I've known him for many, many years. He's a people's champion because he champions not only for DOT, but he champions for all kinds of causes here, for the seniors, for the schools. He's a true champion. And he came down from Silver City last night, where he was at an LFC meeting, and to come down and meet with everybody, with the staff. He was here for a while this morning, but he had to get back up into LFC. So I just want to thank him, and on behalf of the commission, we'd like to let him know that we appreciate everything he does for us. He's always fighting for employees also, and he's always looking for ways to improve things. So I just wanted to give him that and thank him. So we can give him a round of applause too. And I know we're gonna have some, and then I wanna bring up a person that I've known forever, grew up with him, went to school with him, then I worked with him. And he's part of the NMDOT family too. He'll always be. He did great things while he was here, continuing to do great things as a city councilor. And he's another one that fights and champions for people. He fights and champions for the right causes. And with that, I would like to bring up Councilman Montoya.
Good morning, and thank you. On behalf of Mayor and Council, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and the entire New Mexico DOT family, welcome to the city of Las Vegas. You know, as you said, Mr. Chairman, I'm a retiree of the New Mexico DOT, and I loved my career. And Mr. Secretary, I hope you join our group, because as you retire, you need to have a smile on your face every day. The other ones I would like to thank and acknowledge is the Secretary, Michael Sandoval, for his retirement and his efforts and all the changes that he made to the New Mexico DOT. Also, welcome Mr. Rick Serna, and I wish you well on your new job, your new appointee. And also, you know, basically I want to thank our District 4 engineer, Mr. James Gallegos, and his entire staff that works with the city of Las Vegas and surrounding areas, assisting us in our projects that we jointly coming together with. This year and last year has been different in all shapes, forms, and matters. And as you indicated, Mr. Chair, we have come together, county, city, Mora County, and other counties, and the New Mexico DOT, and legislators, representatives, leaders, commissioners, to address the issues of COVID, make changes, make policies, and also to assist the people in dire need. The National Guard coming in through the governor's efforts and so forth. But we have tried to take care of our communities, and as you indicated, we do have flooding as an issue now that we can't avoid, and we will be dealing with it. But I thank you, the New Mexico DOT, for going beyond the call of duty in assisting Mora, San Miguel, and our community here in Las Vegas during this Hermit's Peak fire. Whether it was hauling sand for bags, and just a couple of days I met like 15 trucks of equipment to go fix culverts and replace culverts up in the Rosiada area, which I said, yes, New Mexico DOT coming through. It's exciting, you know. But thank you for all the funding that you have appropriated for the city of Las Vegas, including the Bridge Street area. I encourage you to go tour through there and see where the dollars are being spent. Legion Drive, the future project, Grand Avenue, New Mexico Avenue, and all the projects that you have helped us with. We thank you sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Montoya. On behalf of this commission, we appreciate the work that you do for this community, and we appreciated the work you did as part of the NMDOT family. And we're always going to be here to help in whatever capacity that we're able to, because that's the only way that we're going to get things done. And my motto is always, how do we get it done? Together. And we'll continue to do that. We're partners, and that's what we do. So thank you for being here today. We appreciate you.
GOA, New Mexico Department of Transportation.
Hey,
Thank you.
NMDOT true. I'd like to call up Commissioner Chairman Garcia from San Miguel County Commission. I will tell you that Commissioner Garcia, sometimes I have to turn off my phone because he has a need every day. And that just goes to show how much he fights for his constituents. And he's not only fighting for his area. He calls me on stuff and says, hey, can you help me over here with this? And I said, well, that's not even your area. He said, it's all my area. I'm going to help people if I can help him. He does a tremendous job. He's relentless, never stops, he works hard. And I don't think they could have a better person representing the commission than him in his capacity. And with that, would you please come up?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Thank you for having us here, and thank you for hosting your meeting here in San Miguel County. I'd like to introduce our county commissioner, Mr. Kenneth Medina. I think our, Mr. Sena, is he still here? Commissioner Sena? It seems like he left. But on behalf of the San Miguel County Commission, county manager and staff, I'd like to welcome everyone here to the meeting. Thank you for joining us last night for the good reception. As you can see, San Miguel County and the city of Las Vegas have probably the best restaurants in New Mexico, and I humbly say that we're proud of that. You know that during this past year, this past 4 months, it's been hard. We've had to struggle quite a bit with the fire that came unexpected. But you know, one thing that I am very humble about is that the community came together. We were busy dealing with the sheltering, we were busy dealing with the incident command center, the camp for the firefighters. So it was a multitude of tasks that came within 24 hours that we needed to prepare for. So the government got together, local government got together and got that done. But there was like you said, there's a piece of the puzzle that we couldn't do without the community support. The community came, we had the Red Cross here, we had the Salvation Army here, we had FEMA, we had all kinds of professionals that came to help. But the biggest professionals that I feel we had were the community. They came, they were bringing water, they were bringing commodities, they were bringing clothes, they were bringing food. It's weird because the Red Cross was here and the Red Cross said that they had never experienced what they experienced here. There were some people that had been in New Orleans at the disaster in New Orleans several years ago that said that they had never seen a community as small as our community that did what the community did. You know, we had people that were cooking from home, bringing warm food to feed the evacuees. And I gotta say that I am very proud to be a part of this community. And you know, your blue collar workers, the District 4 people that I see here today, all of these people are strong partners. And I wanna let you know that I truly appreciate the blue collar worker, the white collar worker that works in the office every day to make us who we are. And I want to personally say thank you to each one that's here today and all those that are still out there working because without that support, we couldn't have done what we've done with this fire and with the flooding that's coming before us. We have our hands full. We want to thank the local government. We want to thank the state government. Our governor has been an icon for us. She's met with us numerous times and offered us assistance, and not only has offered it, she has given it to us. And I want to express my gratitude on behalf of San Miguel County. Thank you again for being here, and thank you for everything that you do for us.
And thank you for what you do for your county too. Thank you. Commissioner Medina, you have some words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the commission, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Ricky Serna. I know this gentleman's going to do a really good job for you guys. I had the privilege of working with Ricky. As a president, I represent the Luna Community College in District 1 and San Miguel County in District 5. And this man will stop at nothing. He's done great for us. We have a beautiful auditorium for our graduations at Luna. Compliments of Mr. Serna being on the job every day on it. And I'd just like to thank Mr. Walter Adams, Mr. James Gallegos for all his help with our road fundings that we're going to be getting done within the next few months. And we appreciate all you guys very much. As a family, as a commission, as a city, we work together with the DOT, and you guys are great. Thank you, and welcome, Ricky.
And thank you for the wonderful job you do. In these small communities, we've all grown up together. We played basketball together. We've had a beer together. It's just about everything. We've worked together. And I'm telling you, when times get tough, everybody comes together and we have each other's back. And nobody does it better. I'll say that right now. But with that, go ahead.
Mr. Adams, I'd just like to thank you for your hospitality at your man cave last night. Thank you.
Hey, only because my wife allowed me to have everybody. But with that, I'd like anybody that has any, just raise your hand and we'll call you up and we'd like to hear. Okay, I'll start right here if you want to come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Transportation Commission. My name is Scott Berry. I'm the city manager for the city of Raton. I'm present today representing Mayor Sagata and the Raton City Commission. First of all, I'd like to point out the great relationship that the city of Raton has and the high level of professionalism and partnership that we get from District 4. From District Engineer Gallegos and his staff. They're very effective for transportation improvements in the area, and I'd like to acknowledge their efforts. They do a great job up here. So I want to say that. I've got some other comments for the commission this morning. I'll be brief here. Something's happened recently in the area that's important to the city of Raton, to other communities in northeastern New Mexico. I may have kind of flew below the radar in New Mexico, but it's pretty big news in Texas. They've really pushed for this. This is in regard to the designation of Interstate 27. So just looking at the information here, under the fiscal year 2022 Omnibus Appropriations Bill that was signed by President Biden a few months ago, the Ports to Plains corridor from Raton, New Mexico to Laredo, Texas was added to the federal interstate highway system. This marks the first step of designation of Interstate 27 for this portion of it from Laredo, Texas to Raton, and then ultimately Interstate Highway for the entire Ports to Plains corridor from the border at Laredo to the Canadian border. So that's pretty important information for us, and it's probably something that you all have talked about. However, like I say, in New Mexico generally has not really been acknowledged. I would point to this report, the Ports to Plains Corridor Economic Impact Study. This was completed in June of 2021. It was prepared for the Eastern Plains Council of Government and the New Mexico Department of Transportation. And it talks about the economic impacts of this designation of Interstate 27. And the bottom line of the report is this is a significant investment to really do the development and construction of the project to achieve that Interstate 27 designation. It's a significant investment in New Mexico. However, the economic opportunities that go with this designation do pay back that investment. This is worthwhile. It's important to the city of Raton, certainly. We've got some other partners present on the corridor. Commissioner Hall is here from Union County. We do have Colfax County present. I'll let them speak, but the city of Raton is here today to ask for the continued support from the Highway, from the Transportation Commission, from New Mexico DOT, and not only ask for your support, but really to prioritize this development and this construction. This would open up a significant opportunity in northeastern New Mexico, an area that generally is somewhat overlooked, and we would like to see this as a priority that moves along as quickly as possible. We have seen in the designation that this part of the route would be included in the early phases, and then the construction development in Texas would continue. But Texas takes this very seriously. We would ask for your cooperation, your continued cooperation. I do want to also acknowledge Cabinet Secretary Sandoval and Secretary Cerner. Welcome to the job. We would like to talk to you about this as we go along, but we do have strong support in the area for this, and we're here to ask for your support as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you for attending today. We appreciate you being here and letting us know what your wishes are. And if you continue to work with our district engineer, James Gallegos, and with Secretary Cerna, then we can see where we get with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for being here. If you can please come up.
I'm Commissioner Walter Hall from Union County. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank y'all for your, I don't know, softness or whatever, but you're reaching out, and I really appreciate, y'all's attitude toward everything. I guess I'd start with what he picked up on I-27. I was commissioner for 8 years, and then I was out 2, and then I got reelected. But just before I went out, termed out a commissioner last time, we had been working on, or hoping for I-27. And it came out that I-27 from Lubbock was going south, and everybody was disappointed, and they didn't think we had any shot. And at the Port des Plaines meeting, they were talking about interstate going south to Laredo, and then after the presentation, they asked for any comment, and nobody said anything. And finally, at the last minute, I asked them, let's send it from Logan to Raton. And I no more got back to Clayton, and here we go. And I certainly appreciate all the consideration from the DOT. It's a big, big thing for us. And Raton will be the 3rd city in New Mexico to intersect with 2 interstates, Las Cruces, Albuquerque, and Raton. And so that's going to be super great, super, super great. I certainly appreciate all the support we can get to help northeastern New Mexico. And with that being said, I'd like to point out we've got Highway 402 from Clayton south, head south. We've got lots of school activity on the road, and probably about 40 miles of that does not have a shoulder on it. There's lots of school buses and what have you from Santa Rosa, Texaco, Tucumcari, and Clayton going back and forth, and plus whatever else. We've also got Interstate Highway 370, and it goes north of Clayton, and it's not paved. And it basically intersects with Highway 456, and I may not be right on the numbers, but y'all get them right. And it's only partially paved. It's like 60 miles from Kenton, Oklahoma to Tulsa, New Mexico. It's a beautiful, beautiful area, and to get it paved, it would certainly open up a lot of tourist trade in northern New Mexico from the Oklahoma Panhandle into Raton area. And then Highway 406, it just needs some repair. And generally speaking, we appreciate what you do. Anything else, it'll just be great, and we can help develop northeastern New Mexico, and we'll be a part of New Mexico. We are a part of New Mexico. And with that being said, thank you very much for what you do.
Well, thank you for what you do, and thank you for being here today. And you can continue to meet with our district engineer, James Gallegos, and let me just let everybody in this room know once and for all. Yeah, we sit up here and we listen, and we're going to do our best because this is a pro-project, pro-community, pro-employee, pro-everything commission. And I just want you to know that we're going to do everything in our power to get things done, what we can get done, and with monies being available and everything else. But at the end of the day, we here work for you, the public, and I want everybody to know that, because that's what we're here for, and that's why we're letting people let us know what they need, and that's why we travel all over the state. And we don't just have meetings here, we don't just have meetings in Albuquerque, we have them in every part of the state of New Mexico so that we can hear. So thank you. I had somebody up there on the back right here. Yes. That's a familiar face. A blast from the past.
Thank you, Commissioners, Chairman, Secretary. Congratulations on your new post. For those of you who don't know me, I'm John Paul Romero. I'm from P-Town, Poake, and I want to thank the DOT and all the district engineers for the great work they did. Everybody who knows me know I travel a little bit faster than the posted speed limit. We made it here in 35 minutes from Santa Fe.
We have a sheriff, did you make note of that?
I was not driving.
Okay.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before the commission today. I represent Cordova Contracting and Development, and our team is here to support the New Mexico DOT and the state of New Mexico in the initiative of getting and implementing the electronic vehicle charging station program. I know our governor just had her first ribbon cutting ceremony in Socorro, but we're here to support that initiative. Our team has already reached out to over 18 communities within the state of New Mexico to implement and propose to place electronic vehicle charging stations. We're representing pueblos, the private sector, and the public sector. These are the people that have reached out to us so we can implement these programs. Picaris Pueblo, Jemez Pueblo, Zuni Pueblo, and San Felipe Pueblo. Private, Cumbres Toltec, Railroad, Henry's Hardware in Terra Maria, one of the establishments that the mayor of Pecos wants us to do in his hometown of Pecos. The public places that have reached out for us to represent them: Chama, Española, Truchas, New Mexico, Portales, Clovis, Santa Fe, Reserve, Magdalena, and Cuba. So we're here to support the program and offer our support in any way we can. We're willing, able, and ready to serve the state of New Mexico. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer any.
I don't think at this point we have any questions unless some of the fellow commissioners have any questions, but I think we have a presentation, Secretary Reese, coming up on this program, and maybe that'll help answer some questions. But we appreciate you being here and supporting the program, because this program is going to be big. Eventually, we're moving electric. And so anything of that nature is good, but we thank you for being here, and if you'll stick around, you'll hear some of the stuff that's trending.
Well, thank you, Chairman and Commissioner, for having us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more back there, and then I'll come to you. Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Commission, for allowing us to be here to speak. And it's LD. Mr. Cruz was my dad.
Yeah, but I knew when we were working together, you told me to call you LD.
Yeah.
So LD.
Oh, yeah, LD.
No, I mean-
And one thing, when I get a haircut, I'm going to will it to you.
Hey, but make sure it can spread out.
Right. Anyway, the reason we're here is we have a grave concern in Wagon Mound concerning one of your highway projects per se, because there's our water source in Wagon Mound is from natural springs called the Santa Clara Natural Springs. And you have a crusher that's going to start blasting, I think they already did, that's within a mile of our water source. And we're afraid that it'll affect the aquifer, and and it's the health and safety of the village. And with me, I have Colleen Engelbert. She's our assistant village clerk, and Mr. Tom Blair. He is employed by Harper Cattle Company that is east of those springs that will be affected if anything happens to those springs. And they'll have more specifics than I do.
Thank you. Thank you, LD.
Thank you, Chairman Adams and Commission. We're grateful that you're hearing our concerns today. The village, as Mayor Pro Tem Cruz stated, LD stated, the village is gravely concerned that the operations, yes, they are located under a mile away from our springs, but more importantly than that linear distance is our recharge area comes down through basalt bedrock, and that bedrock feeds the springs coming from the northwest. That gravel operation is located northwest of the springs. So the recharge zone of of the Santa Clara Springs is directly in the path the gravel pit is directly in the path of the recharge area. Our concerns are that the blasting and construction efforts there could impact the bedrock in a negative way, where the fracturing could result in diverting the water elsewhere. That water is flowing through that bedrock, and if the fractures were to occur in such a manner, it could divert away from the springs. The village does have established water rights to that spring dating back to 1936. It's known that it was used prior to that time, but that is when our rights were established. And two other private entities, including Harper Cattle, as well as Daniels Ranches Incorporated, also maintain water rights to that same spring. The village is not seeking overriding anyone else's rights. We absolutely acknowledge and honor all rights to conduct business, to utilize resources from private property, and as travelers along I-25, we're all looking forward to a repaved road. However, we also are asking the Commission to please respectfully consider the village's water rights as well in this project. And as Mayor Pro Tem Cruz stated, it does appear that the blasting part of the operations has either begun this week or is beginning this week. What we're asking for is to have a little more time to assess exactly what's going on. We have been working with a geologist, and to give us time to prepare for the worst. It's not known that the fracturing, and I should say it's possible that contamination could also enter into the springs via gasoline, diesel, hydraulic fluid, blasting residue, etc. We're asking for a little bit more time to sort out the issues and concerns. We've held a public meeting. Our citizens are very concerned about this matter. If the springs were to be lost, the village of Wagon Mound would also be lost. And so thank you for hearing our concerns, and I believe Mr. Tom Blaine will also add to our concerns.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tom Blaine, and in 2018 I retired as a New Mexico state engineer. Water is life. That's a saying that the Acequia Association has. It's a mantra for New Mexico. Without water, you have no life. You know, New Mexico is the driest state in the Union. We have the least amount of water to allocate for appropriation. The Wagon Mound area suffers even more because there are so many dry holes that have been drilled up there. Water is a critical issue and is not a resource that's in abundance. The springs are a result of the basalt formation surfacing at an escarpment. There's a series of springs that occur that are west of Interstate 25. And these springs occur because the recharge in the basalt comes in contact with the surface, and we get surface water as a result. Water travels in the basalt in a fractured formation. It travels in unique fractures, and any disruption of that fracture, of those fractures, could change and alter the flow of water underground to these springs. Very concerning to us. Blasting activity can result in a change of those fracture patterns. We're only talking, less than 50 feet deep with this basalt formation. So it's not an insignificant issue when you start blasting in such a shallow environment. Harper Cattle has a license to appropriate water from the state engineer for approximately 800 acre-feet of water per annum for irrigation. That's a critical source of water for the ranch. It's a critical source of water for Wagon Mound. We look at the area and we see that there are many sources of sand and gravel that can supply this project that the department is doing right now. Many sources for sand and gravel. There's only one source of water for the village of Wagon Mound and Harper Cattle. And if that source is lost through blasting and changing the fracture patterns, you can't unring that bell. That source is gone from that location in perpetuity. And we look at the consequences of that as being devastating. We ask that you suspend this project and allow for a full evaluation of that would result from the fracturing or the explosions that are happening out there, how they're going to affect the groundwater. Another alternative is to ask that Fisher Sand and Gravel obtain another source for their sand and gravel for this project. It may require a change order and cost the department additional funds, but the risk that it avoids of losing that source of water is alleviated. And I think it's a very significant and legitimate concern. We ask that you evaluate that the source of water is more important than that source of sand and gravel. With that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'll stand for any questions.
I want to thank you for coming here and sharing your concern with us. And Mr. Padilla, if you could add to this conversation.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, of course, I'd love to kind of just fill in. This particular project obviously is not the lead of when it comes to the pits of NMDOT. New Mexico Environment Department has permitted them. We just follow the lead of the Environment Department. We really don't have the authority to overrule what they've already permitted Fisher Sand and Gravel for, and that's producing material out of that pit. It's an existing pit. The Fisher Sand and Gravel is not blasting or excavating in on virgin land, so that's an existing pit. And again, we're just following the lead of the Environment Department. They've been permitted. It's hard for us to call any shots as far as we're concerned. They're the experts, right? And we just follow their lead, and we certainly feel their concerns, and we will look into it. I mean, we can certainly ask Fisher Sand and Gravel to look for other sources of material, but at this time, unfortunately, the Environment Department hasn't permitted them, and to breach the contract that we have with them on a construction project could be detrimental and obviously costly. But that's not to say that we don't care about the environment and the impact we have on the land out there, and we certainly want to be a partner. We can certainly ask them to look into other sources, but right now, again, we're just following the lead of the Environment Department, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Mr. Padilla, would it be all right if you continue in contact with them and letting them know what's going on, and maybe with Fisher Sand and Gravel, letting them know about the concerns, and just trying to do the best we can to try to mitigate this?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. We are sensitive and we feel their concerns, and we definitely will reach out. I mean, we want to be a great partner, like I said, and we want to have as little impact on the environment as possible. But we do look to other agencies for their expertise, and in this particular case, we can do that again and reach out and see if there's any other avenues we can take in this particular project.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, addressing the environment, they issued a air quality permit. They didn't do anything about water or underground water or surface water. And that existing pit was 20-some years ago. And I can't remember or recall how it happened. I think it was Lafarge. And it was condemned at that time, per se. They stopped them from drilling and stuff because of the concern of our village source, of the water source. And the thing about it is, supposedly through the rumor mill, the DOT can condemn a pit area. Say, if we don't want it there, you can go someplace else. So that's, whatever authority you have concerning that would be helpful to the village, for the health and safety, because if they contaminate it, supposedly they might have an oil spill, diesel or something, because they're running heavy equipment.
Your concern is validated,
Yeah.
and we listen to it. And so what I would do is, if we can have Mr. Padilla meet with you, you can exchange numbers, do whatever you need to do, maybe get a meeting with the
village.
With the village, you can maybe get a meeting with Fisher Sand and Gravel, maybe with the environmental, and maybe just take some of our environmental people up there, and then maybe just, try to sit down and see what solutions there is. Yes, okay.
Mr. Chairman, just kind of in a final comment. There is no state agency that has regulatory authority over this type of mining operation. We have reached out to the Environment Department, the State Engineer Office, county commissioners. We've talked with senators and representatives. We have exhausted all of our avenues for relief in this, and that's why we came to the commission, because this is something that once that fracture pattern changes as a result of blasting, we can't recover from that.
No, I mean, your concerns are, like I said, we're listening to them, they're validated. What I would like to do is before we come, we can't make any decisions today. Number one, it's not on the agenda as an action item, so there was nothing we could do. And I don't know what our options as a commission is. We'll look into that. If you will just, meet with Mr. Padilla, try to bring all people involved back to the drawing board, sit down, talk, maybe come up with some solution, and he'll keep us apprised, he'll keep the secretary apprised, and if you need to speak with the secretary at any time, feel free to call him. And so let's just try to, before the concern is validated, and so let's just try to see what solutions we can come up with. And I know you've been there, but let's go back and start again, and maybe we missed something. And with that, Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you very much. You answered part of my question with your last comment, but the real question is who issues the permit? Where does the permit for the intended purpose of extracting that gravel and to make the sand and stuff come from?
Mr. Padilla, could you address that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the Environment Department is the lead on that. We ask our contractors that they obviously follow the rules and regulations of the Department of Transportation, and one of them, when they're trying to secure a site like that, is that they follow the proper procedures. And in this particular case, they did. They went to the Environment Department, they submitted all their plans. The Environment Department knows about the blasting and the operation that's taking place there, and they were permitted. And unfortunately, that's not our expertise. They are the authority, and we're just following the lead. Mr. Chairman.
And I assume that you've made the exact same request of that department that you have from us today.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes. And, for clarification, the Environment Department does not permit the effects of blasting on subsurface things. The Environment Department issues a permit, an air quality permit, to ensure that there are no emissions coming out of that activity, completely unrelated to the concerns we have. I don't disagree that they followed all of the permitting procedures, but there's been no addressing of the concerns that we have that the effects of blasting will have a change on the groundwater that supplies the village of Wagon Mound and Harper County.
And that's why I'm recommending that we get back to square one, and with Mr. Padilla and with the other people that are involved, and try to start from scratch and see that everything and where everything's at, and maybe sometimes when you sit down and you mediate, maybe you can come up with a solution. And so at that point, I think that we can go ahead and start the process. You have his number, you can get a hold of the secretary, and at that point, feel free to meet with him. That's what we're here, to meet with you, to hear your concerns we have. But let's get back and get all parties involved, because till all parties are involved and they're all sitting at the table at the same time, we're just gonna keep going back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a parting comment, there are other sources for sand and gravel for this project. There are no other sources for water.
And that's part of my recommendation, is that you sit down and you explain all this to them, and then they can tell you, and then let's hopefully come to some type of an agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it, and thank you.
Sorry for taking over your comment here.
That's what we're here for.
But concerning, the landowner has 150,000 acres, and they're doing it, like we said, within a mile of our springs. That crusher could have been set up 10 miles west, 5 miles west. And the landowner insists on having it there. So, and going back to your comment about starting from scratch, in the meantime, is the DOT going to suspend production? Because they're already started blasting.
Well, when I say let's start from scratch, we're already at a point, and I don't know where we're at as far as stopping or not stopping. So that's why everybody has to sit down quickly and see where we're at and see what we need to do. And so, Mr. Padilla will let you know, I don't think we're at a point now where we can suspend.
No, you can't I know you can't make a decision right now, but on the other hand, could we get a response to the village of what your decision as a commission is?
Well, we can't give you a decision because until we meet,
No,
we
well,
can't, yeah, we
even
can't
if
just,
it's
like,
2
that
months
our
down the
next,
road or-
when we have another meeting,
Yeah.
we can give you our decision, but in the meantime, I want to start troubleshooting and trying to see where we're at. Maybe we can take care of it by the next time.
Okay.
We're not talking about next month, next year, we're talking about soon. So if we can get all parties at the table soon, like tomorrow, then, and I'm just saying that it could be.
Are you
next
ready,
week.
Mr. Padilla? Tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time.
You got it. Thank you. And before I go on to the next comment, I just want to recognize Councilman Romero. He walked in a little bit late. I'd like you to stand up, and he's another one that champions for this community. And we just saw you walk in now. Is it on? Yeah, it's on.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, Secretary, congratulations. Secretary Sandoval, thank you for your service. Mr. Gallegos, thank you, and I know Deputy Secretary Ruiz, thank you for what you've done. Just welcome to our community. I'll keep it short, and thank you guys for all you have done to support the city and the county. Thank you, guys.
And thank you for your service and what you do for the community. And together we will continue. With that, I have this gentleman up here in the front, then I'll go to you.
Good morning. Greetings from Colfax County Commission and Colfax County. My name's Monty Gore. I'm the new Colfax County Manager. And I just wanted to say a couple things. I thought the video presentation for Secretary Sandoval was outstanding. I think it actually captured genuine comments from peers and employees, and what a legacy. And Mr. Sinha, you have some big shoes to fill, I can tell. But I also wanted to support what Manager Berry had said, and support the city of Raton with the I-25 interchange, or I-25, I-27 interchange. And one of the things that I would just like you guys, and I'm sure your engineers are aware of it, but that interchange is primarily for trucking. I think we have many more trucks and semis going through that area than we do vehicles. And with the trucking shortage right now, there seems to be a tendency to do double trailers, and I've even seen some triple trailers. So I think when you really get into the engineering of that, you need to really engineer it for that truck traffic, and I think car traffic will follow just fine. But there's going to definitely be an increase in that. Just want you, I appreciate the partnerships that I see here. I think this is probably one of the most positive organizations I've seen in my career, and people are moving in a positive direction, and the partnership and the collaboration. So I think that's great. I know that during the fires, we're doing some fire mitigation now with our emergency manager, who's very experienced, and that individual is actually working with Mora County, I think a little bit with San Miguel. And I know during the fires, we actually ended up housing quite a few of their inmates as well. So once again, I think developing those partnerships and networking is vital. With that said, I appreciate once again, I think this is an extremely positive meeting, and I see that there are a lot of partnerships. I look forward to working with everybody here and networking and seeing what we can do. And I just want to thank you again for your hospitality.
Thank you, and thank you for attending the meeting. I just want to let you know that now that we're hearing all these needs for money here in District 4, that the Secretary gets it, and he sends all the money over here, and then the other districts can worry about next year. Just kidding, it won't happen. Before I get to you, I want to welcome up Dr. Clarence Sanchez, Regent here at Highlands University. He just walked in. We call him Harpo, but he was a dentist here. He was a regent here before, and now he's here. And when I used to play basketball down in the day, he used to torture me on the paint. That's why my back's all messed up, right?
That's right. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for being at Highlands University today. We welcome you. We welcome you, Secretary Serna, also, and like other members have said, thank you for all the work that Secretary Sandoval did as well. Anyway, in behalf of the New Mexico Highlands University Board of Regents, welcome to Highlands University. Welcome to Las Vegas. Thank you for being here with us. We've had a tremendous past 3 years now with COVID, and then the fires, and now all the water that's flooding the community. And so we need a lot of help. So thank you, Chairman, for bringing the commission to Las Vegas. And thank you for showing them what we have to offer. But we need a lot of help. New Mexico Highlands University needs a lot of help as well. We've been losing enrollment on campus for the past several years, and so we need to rebuild the population here in Las Vegas. So I know that a lot of you have connections with Las Vegas, and so I just want to ask you to continue to support Highlands. Send your children here, your relatives here. We need your help, and we need to fill the campus. We need your support. And once again, thank you for being here. This morning when I walked in, I've been here for quite a while, Chairman. You didn't see me when I walked in.
But I saw you over there by the donuts.
But I just wanted to say that I was a bit surprised with how many folks you brought to this meeting. So thank you for that. And I shouldn't have been surprised, because when we played basketball, if Walter Adams was there, the gym was full. So I should have expected that. But thank you guys very much for being here, and welcome, and enjoy your day, and visit the campus, and continue to keep us in your hearts so that we can continue to grow.
And we're going to continue to partner. We appreciate the work you do here at Highlands and for the community also. And we appreciate you letting us use these facilities today. They're wonderful, and we really enjoy them. So continue the good work you're doing. And as I told everybody else, we're going to get it done, and you know how? Together.
That's right. Thank
Okay.
you. On behalf of Highlands University, the Board of Regents, thank you for being here, and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me get this gentleman here first.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, Secretary Serna, welcome. My name is Jim Garcia, and I'm the Executive Director for the Associated Contractors of New Mexico, the 117 contractors that are helping to build better highways here in New Mexico. Today I'm here on behalf of our membership to say thank you, a big thank you to retired Secretary Michael Sandoval. His leadership, friendship, his direction has made an incredible impact, not just on the DOT, but on New Mexico and how it operates, and we want to thank him for that. During the pandemic, we were essential. We were made essential because of the high standard of care that the DOT brought to us. We had fuel escalation problems, supply chain problems, employee opportunities, and together we're getting through all of those problems every single day. And I just want to say thank you to the DOT for that. But we now are on the road to recovery. With that, I want to say thank you also to Deputy Secretary Reese, Deputy Secretary Padilla. Thank you for everything that you guys do. These guys take our phone calls every single day. Mike Sandoval is not taking my phone calls anymore. I want you all to know that, unless it's about a tea time. With that, I also want to say thanks to Cindy. Thank you to Federal Highway for meeting with us and being a part of what ACNM is doing, and also to Marissa, thank you for communicating and all the things that you do for us. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time.
Thank you for attending today, and thank you for the partnership we have with you, too.
Thank you very much. And the only thing between me and his tea time is me getting something out of my car for him.
Well, tell him they just opened a golf course here. Regent Sanchez would have told you about 2 weeks ago, so this one's ready to go.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thank
time.
you. Okay.
I thought I was done, however, I was brought here by our road superintendent, Robert Thompson, who told me he wasn't going to take me back unless I thanked 2 of your staff.
Okay.
So I just wanted to express appreciation for Samantha Sandoval and John Herrera. I've just been informed by the road superintendent that they are outstanding in their assistance to Colfax County and to our county road departments.
They're right back there, so if they want to stand up, we can give them a round of applause. I would have to agree with you that we have, and I'll say this, the best local government road fund team anywhere. So with that, thank you for taking the time out to acknowledge them. Mr.
He's my old buddy, Mr. Walton. We've been together for many years.
I used to
I was in my
inspect.
40s and he was in his 30s, I think. And
We-
now I'm in my 70s and he's
Yeah.
in his 50s, I think. But anyway, I want to thank you for all the work that James Gallegos did for us over there in Mora. He called me on a Sunday morning. He said, Romero, he said, I got 11 trucks headed your way. I said, today on Sunday? He said, yes. And when I got to, this was about 6:30 in the morning, I got there about 6:45, and there was one lined up already. And we really thank you for all the hard work your DOT District 4 did. They set up those HESCO baskets, and in a weekend, you secured our lagoons. And we want to thank the National Guard for all their help in doing the sandbagging and trying to protect our infrastructure there in Mora. And they said the most important part of our duty is to protect people, and that's, and all of us really in reality, and your job and my job as road superintendent is to protect our community. And I want to thank John and Samantha also, because they have been with me all the way. They said, don't worry, Romero, we know you're in a firestorm, and now we're in a flood storm, so they said, we'll take care of you. So, and they've really been helpful to me and Magdalena. She's my secretary there, Magdalena, and so we thank you for all the
And I thank
stuff
you,
that
and
you've
I
done
was
for
up
us.
there. I was up there with you, going over some of those plans with the governor.
Okay.
And I know that the governor's been up there a bunch of
And
times.
thank the governor too, because
and
she said,
she's
what do you
done
need?
her-
I said, I need some concrete barriers, and boom, they were there. And they set them up, they did a nice job. The Rio de la Casa, the river came up kind of high, but they stayed in place and kept the water off the road, and I just thank them for all the hard work. And James, he has a good crew.
Thank you for coming here and recognizing them, because they do deserve recognition. They have been out there 7 days a week, 24/7, and they've done a great job. And so we thank you for taking the time to come and recommend them.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you all for being in one spot today. All of you group, this is my first time to ever be in front of such powerful people. And I've been in front of a lot of commissioners, and I tell you what, I'm very impressed with the way that you guys have handled yourselves and made me feel like it's a team effort. All of you guys over here have just truly impressed me, and I've been in front of a bunch of commissions before. So thank you guys for willingness to help the communities in the state of New Mexico, and that means all of them. I'm from District 5, and I apologize. I know this is District 4 meeting, but I hope that you allow me to still speak a little bit. Again, my name is, I'll start off with, my name is Commissioner Philandro Anaya. I'm from the town of Edgewood. The town started a new government starting this year, January 1, 2020. We went to a commission-based, 5 commissioners to govern the town of Edgewood. We priorly had the mayor council. We went to that simply because we wanted to be able to have 5 decisions made versus just 1 decision from the mayor, because of the way that we wanted to communicate with the community. I'm here today mostly to apologize to Mr. Brasher. I had a meeting set up with you back in May, I believe it was, and I got COVID, and I got it pretty bad, so that's kind of why I'm stuttering a little bit up here, and I apologize for that. But I apologize because it was a very important meeting with Bert Thomas, Bohannon, Houston, and some of the representatives from the federal side. So I apologize for that. But I'm here to tell you, to ask for your help in Edgewood. Edgewood has a fast-growing community. It's outside of Albuquerque. We're basically in the metro, as you all know that. You all drive down I-40 all the time. I-40 can be very hazardous when we have accidents. The traffic is just, well, you know how bad it can get. So I'm here to ask, and the commission has already voted for to work with DOT as far as bringing in a new intersection to help with the traffic and the flow of the traffic, to get us to help again with the traffic itself. We are definitely ready to open for business. We have currently going right now a sewer plant that's being rebuilt. We currently have a freshwater treatment plant that is under design right now in those talks, and to help with all of the new growth that we're starting to get right now. We're getting a lot of interest in there from businesses. But what we need from you all is we need an off-ramp, and we need it pretty bad for a number of reasons, not just for economical growth, but for the safety of school bypasses and things like that. So I'm here to ask and for your help again. And I apologize because usually I have a speech drawn up. I just wrote it over here because I didn't know I was going to be, that we were able to speak. Again, this is my first meeting, and I apologize for being so nervous. Thank you for allowing me this few minutes.
That's what we're here for, and we appreciate your comments. We appreciate you coming this far. What I would ask is that we have a district engineer out of District 3, which covers your area, and that would be Justin Gibson, who's over there. And well, then we could have, yeah.
Really?
So you have one resource, and then we have District Engineer, Mr. Brasher, he's over there. And if you exchange, maybe in a break or something, you guys can exchange information and you guys can start talking.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, please meet with you anytime. I'll talk to you in a little while.
I thank you guys very much.
You're very
for your
welcome.
openness and for your willingness. Again, this is the state of New Mexico. As you say, we're all a community, and we need you guys very, very, very badly and very much. And we appreciate all the work that you guys do, and I know that you're very busy.
Never too busy for any one of you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Bye-bye. I think that's, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there is one other person, I think you know her well. She is your granddaughter, and she has a public comment for the future of NMDOT.
I appreciate that.
Okay, it's a video.
Okay, if you all look at the video that's coming up now, some of you might recognize that person in that video.
I am 9 years old.
What grade are you in?
I'm in 3rd grade.
And what school do you go to?
I go to North Star.
You like North Star?
Yeah.
You have fun there? What do you like about North Star? What's your favorite stuff there?
I like my teacher and I like learning and also recess.
Okay, let me back that one up. You like learning? Because not a lot of kids like learning.
Yeah.
What do you like
my
about
teacher makes it fun. Like she gives us like different kinds of games to
kind of, like what kind of stuff do you like to learn?
I like to learn about math because I'm not really good at math. And I like to learn reading and that's pretty much, those are my only favorite subjects.
Well, those are pretty important subjects to enjoy learning.
Yeah.
So that stuff, you're learning it now. That stuff's probably going to help you a lot in the future.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be useful with your math and your reading in the future? And I don't mean like a year now, I mean like a long way in the future. Like, what do you think the future is going to be like?
I think the future is going to be like more high tech, like everything, like maybe in the future, maybe this building will all be robots and everything. So like it will all be technology.
Well, those kind of skills are going to be pretty important if you got that kind of stuff going on. So stay in the future. So if you've got like that kind of stuff, like super technology, if you do something simple like order a pizza, how do you think that's going to get to you?
I think if I order a pizza in the future, it will come in a robot car. So the robot car drives itself. It's automatic. So when it comes to you, when it gets close to the curb and it stops right in front of your house, it turns into a robot and the robot takes the food to the door and it places it there. And when you get your item, then it will go back, and then when it gets close to the road, it will turn back into a car and it will leave.
And that'll happen everywhere. That's pretty amazing. That sounds like something worth looking forward to. Do you think it'd be the same kind of like a robot car for packages, or would packages get, like if you order something from Amazon, how would the box get to you?
I think the box would get to me probably the same way, maybe.
How long do you think it'll take before we can do that kind of stuff?
Well, we're already starting now with technology and a lot of things. Like now the semis are self-driven. They're starting to be self-driven. And so I think we're getting to that point, I think like in 3 years most of all.
What do you think it'll be like when you get your mom's age?
I think it would be all high tech like it is today. I think everybody will still be glued to their phones because of technology. So
how about this? You're talking about if you get pizza, you get packages, those are kind of small things. So long in the future, if you're your mom's age, what do you think it's going to be like if you needed to travel? Like the drive from Las Vegas over to here, would it be a car like you've got now, or what's that going to look like?
I think how that would be in the future is maybe there's going to be portals that you could go into, and in the portals it's kind of like an elevator. It has 2 doors. One door is to go in and the second door is to get out. So on the elevator door there's all kinds of buttons for levels. Instead of the levels, it has different places like Las Vegas, Nevada, Las Cruces, or even California. So let's say I wanted to go to Las Vegas, Nevada. I press the button and the second door opens and there's this tunnel and a car appears. You get into the car and the car takes you from the line of speed all the way through the tunnel. So let's say that and you get to your destination. So let's say that traveling from here to Las Vegas, Nevada is 10 hours. Now it could be only 10 minutes.
That fast?
Yeah.
That's some pretty useful technology.
Yeah.
Do you think that would happen by the time you're your mom's age, or would it be like when you're your grandpa's age?
I think it would be more like grandpa's age.
So let me ask you about the portals. Is that something that would just move you like from here to California, or could that get you all the way around the world?
All the way around the world.
You think it could get us to the moon?
No, not the moon, but like to Japan and stuff, like across the world.
Just like 10 minutes and you're there.
Well, it depends where you're going. So, like if I go to Japan, that's probably going to take me a lot longer than it would to Las Vegas, Nevada, because that's a whole across the world. But it would probably be faster than it is now to go to Japan. It'd probably be like, I don't know, Japan is way there, so it'd probably take like 12 hours, I would say, in the portal.
Imagine how fast you get to school.
Oh, yeah. And I live 5 minutes away from my school, so I'd probably be there in like 1 second.
I think your parents would like that. That'd be useful.
Hi, Grandpa.
I wanna thank Marissa and her staff for that excellent video. And for those that didn't recognize her, that's my granddaughter, and she's always with me at all the meetings. She goes to the radio station with me. And the only reason she's not here today is because she's getting braces. So I wanna thank you, Marissa, and I wanna thank your staff. And can you let them know that it was that they went into a big thing and
AASHTO had asked if we would send in some videos of kids, and they said, we'd like to know about the future and what children think of the future of transportation. So I immediately thought of Chairman Adams' granddaughter, because I've seen her on the radio. She does an incredible job, and she's so articulate and bright. And so we got permission from the chairman and her mom, and we took that video and sent it in, and then she was chosen as part of that project. And so they viewed it at different conferences, so they could show it. And so it kind of went national. It was a big deal. Yes.
It's very much appreciated. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. But before I do, I just wanted to mention something. And I think that we have a district engineer, Lisa Vega, and she was here. She came in last night, and she was with her daughter. And I was very proud to hear that her daughter's an engineer. She's going into engineering, and I wanted to make sure that we could recruit her here at DOT. So I started talking to her last night, doing the legwork. And her mom has been a DOT employee, an engineer forever and ever. She's the district engineer up in Milan. And so I just want to ask you, I know you're sitting right there, if you'd stand up. And if we give her a round of applause, maybe she'll stay here at D4. Thank you. And I wanted to bring that up because I always come up here in these meetings and I talk about generations of employees. My wife retired from DOT. I retired from DOT. I have a daughter working at DOT, and I want to see generation after generation continuing to come back and serve. So with that, we'll take a 5-minute break.
She's also an intern in DOT. She's also an intern for DOT.
Yeah.
She's taking advantage of it.
Hopefully she stays with us.
Yeah, no, it's a great program to highlight.
I was already getting.
Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you. Perfect. I'll give you a call. Thank you very much.
Joe? Ricky, nice to meet you. Okay.
The economic development side. It's complicated.
Yeah, I look forward to learning a little bit more about it. We talked about that yesterday during the DE meeting, but hey, this is great. I mean, Raton has benefited from Southern Colorado's kind of economic development for some time, and we can get them to those roads to come out. I think it'll be good for them. Yeah, no, that worked out fine.
There's going to be a conference coming up in the fall, somewhere like the Texas. We've mostly been the Texas thing so far, but I'm kind of involved since I did before in this Mexico border stuff.
Okay. Well, thanks for introducing yourself. I look forward to working with you. All right, thank you. Yeah, where you going?
Hello, how are you, sir?
Try those bizcochitos. Right.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. James Gallegos here, your District 4 engineer. Welcome to the beautiful city of Las Vegas, New Mexico. Welcome to San Miguel County and also New Mexico Highlands University for providing this nice facility we have today to have this meeting. Also, this is also the home of District 4, so thanks for coming here. One thing, before I even start, I really want to thank we have a lot of folks over here. We have our heavy maintenance crew. We have some of our chip seal crew. We have people from La Cueva Patrol, Las Vegas Patrol. They're all here, so I really want them to stand up and give them my hand. They've been working hard. And one thing I want to add, I got some of my guys up there hanging up against the wall over there, and they were complaining about they were getting tired, and we have plenty of room up here for them to come up and sit down. So if they want to, they can. But before I started thinking about what can I say, and I was sitting here for a while, and I remember back in November of 2019, we were here at our first commission meeting, and it was a new commission. I was a new district engineer, Mr. Chairman. You were my commissioner, and I was a little bit nervous at the time, and so we were sitting over here. I came up and did my presentation, and I got through it, and I felt pretty good. And but then all of a sudden, went back to sit down, and the snow started coming. So I started getting a little bit worried, and I didn't know. I just got to know my assistant district engineer, Adam Romero, some of the staff, and I was saying, hey, we need plows out there, guys. So the plows out there. Talking to Paul Brasher, the same thing. So a little bit nervous about getting you all folks back safely, but they did get back. And one thing I want to commend is now that you had this meeting in July, which is much better. I don't have to worry about the snow today. Well, I think we'll have a safe trip back, and also like just to welcome you all here. So one thing I do want to before I'm going to go and hand it over to. What's nice now is we do our presentations 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time with our IT folks here, and they do a great job. So I'm going to go and hand that over to them, and then at the end, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay, I would like to go and add a few things because a lot of stuff has been going on the last 2 or 3 weeks since I had that interview. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to our IT folks and let it roll. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the City of Las Vegas and welcome to District 4. My name is James Gallegos. I'm your district engineer out of District 4. Also welcome Chairman Adams to the City of Las Vegas. Of course, Chairman Adams, this is his stomping grounds. And also members of the commission, thank you for being here today for our commission meeting here in District 4. I also want to thank the City of Las Vegas, San Miguel County, and also New Mexico Highlands University for having this facility here for the commission meeting today. District 4 is located in the northeast quadrant of the state of New Mexico. Again, we have Walter Adams as our District 4 commissioner. He is the chairman of the Transportation Commission, and me and him work together one-on-one all the time to make sure that we take care of the folks within our district. Again, District 4 is located in the northeast part of the state of New Mexico. We have 7 counties that are within this area. Colfax County, Union County to the north. We have Mora, Harding, and San Miguel in the middle of our district, and we got Guadalupe and Quay County that straddles the southern part of our district boundaries. In District 4, we have 4 ports of entry, we have 6 rest areas, 7 counties, which include Colfax, Guadalupe, Harding, Mora, Quay, Union, and San Miguel. We have 20 municipalities, 4 legislative districts. We have 16 maintenance patrols throughout our district, 5 project offices, 4 special crews. We maintain over 3,100 centerline miles, which 595 are interstate and 480 are on the U.S. highway system. And of course, our headquarters are located in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Our District 4 executive staff, 4 employees. They're great employees. They really take on the responsibilities of making District 4 move forward. We have Adam Romero. He's our assistant district engineer in charge of maintenance activities. Chris Urioste, he's our assistant district engineer in charge of construction operations and handles all our project managers, our 5 project offices. Mr. Gabriel Lucero, he's our assistant district engineer in charge of engineering. He's basically my right-hand man. And Virginia Sotelo, she's our district business manager. Our budget, FY22 budget for this year, very happy for this budget. We got an additional $4.5 million that were allocated to us, thanks to the legislature, thanks to you all, the commission, for helping us with that. We're up to about $40.3 million in our district budget this year. And as you look on the table to the left, you can see how our budget is tied to making us the $40.3 million. To the right of the screen, that's our employee breakdown. We have approximately 352 total FTEs within District 4. And as you can see the different positions in the different areas, support staff, our maintenance staff, construction, our engineering support, broken down that way. Of course, we have 309 positions filled right now, and we have 43 vacant. So we have about a 13.6% vacancy rate, which is good. When I first got here in District 4 3.5 years ago, we were about a 35 to 40% vacancy rate. So we moved forward in that and filling positions, and we're trying to get down to the 10%, but we're working on that. The next slide is basically our House Bill 2 funding that was appropriated to us in 2019 by the legislature. The DOT received $89 million total. District 4 was able to obtain $14.8 million. So this table gives you an idea of how our projects were tied into this House Bill 2 in 2019. I'm not going to go through every project, but of course every project that we did is mainly contract maintenance, pavement preservation type projects that we did within our district. You can see we have work in different areas throughout our district, a lot of microsurfacing, crack sealing, hot in place recycling, and of course our plant mix wearing course. So these are all pavement preservation type of operations that kind of preserve our existing roadway system. But all these projects, as you can see, are complete. I just wanted to give you all an idea of what we've done with those funds. In 2019, this is a continuation of that last slide that you just saw, but these two projects are bigger projects that we're working on, okay? The first project is the US 54 project, that's $13 million. We were short on that project. That's the phase 2, phase 3 of the US 54 project in Tucumcari. We were short on that project with funding, so we were able to allocate $13 million to go ahead and make sure that we award that project and get that project going. It is under construction right now. We're hoping to get that done by the middle of next year. The next project is on New Mexico 39, which is from mile marker 14.6 to mile marker 30 north of Logan, New Mexico in Hardin County. $21 million. This is a big project. This is phase 1 of 3 phases that we want to do in order to get New Mexico 39 up to par and rehabilitated and provide drainage improvements and do what we need to do to bring that stretch of roadway up to speed and what we need to do. So this is phase 1. This project has already been awarded. We're going to start breaking ground in July, and Mountain States Construction is our contractor on that. We move on to the following year, the House Bill in 2020, we had a total of $135 million allocated to New Mexico DOT. District 4 was able to tap into $20 million of that. So again, you see the projects that we have with this House Bill 2 funding. There's 6 projects there, 5 are completed, so we have 1 more project that we're working on, and of course that's another funding source that we utilize to fund phase 2 of the US 54 project in Tucumcari. So that will be done next summer. The next slide is our 2021 House Bill 2 funding, and that's what we're working on right now. Okay, so again, we had a total of $170 million that was allocated to the DOT from the legislature. We were able to tap into about $28.2 million of that. And these are projects that are spread out throughout our district. There's a lot of needs within our district. There's a lot of needs statewide. And we're just basically chipping away, utilizing this funding to chip away to make some major improvements to our infrastructure for the traveling public. I'm not going to go through each project, but a lot of work on I-40. Again, we have a lot of work on US 64. And of course, one of the last projects there, the New Mexico 484 projects, another one in San Miguel. Again, it's spread out throughout our district. There's probably about 4 or 5 6 that are completed. And then we're working on the design and development and getting these projects out to bid to go ahead and make sure that we get that $28.2 million spent in the next couple of years. These are ongoing construction projects, and these are throughout the district. And some of these are projects I've already talked about, some of the House Bill 2 projects that are in there, and some of these are STIP projects. And these are projects that are ongoing right now that are under construction. We have a total of $169 billion worth of work going on right now throughout our district. These are both STIP projects, House Bill 2 funding projects, and contract maintenance projects throughout our district. These are upcoming FY STIP 22 projects. Of course, the State Transportation Improvement Program is part of what we utilize. These are mainly federal dollars that we use that we've used in the past, and I'll give you an update on the next 3 years, FY22, FY23, and FY24. But this gives you a breakdown of some of those projects and what the scope of work is, where they're located, the county, and also the costs. And we have $7 to $8 million that's upcoming to go ahead and get some of those projects going in the future. FY23 and FY24, same thing. Those are projects that are being developed right now, and we're working on those. And we're moving forward with our STIP projects, and in addition to our House Bill 2 funding projects. Projects in engineering and development. Okay, these are basically projects that are being designed in-house or being designed by our consultants or by the North Region design team up in Santa Fe, and we're working to get those done also. This is our local government road fund TPF funding for FY 2022, and this is major for us here in District 4, and I know it's major throughout the state of New Mexico. And right now on FY 22, we got $121 million allocated from the legislature for our local entities, and as you can see, we have a total of $29 million worth of construction work for them. And to the left, you can see all the entities that we're working with. There's 20 total projects, and we have 15 entities that we're working with. This slide kind of gives you a feel for what's happening throughout our district and who we're working with. You can also see the scope of work. You can see the 95% state funded and the 5% entity match. And it looks like all entities, all 15 entities we were able to match. So they were getting 100% funding with this TPF funding for FY22. Again, some of these projects are under design. Okay, some of the projects you see, there's probably 3 or 4 or 5 of them there that are complete, that are going to start construction now in June and July. And there's some that are 20 and some that are 30, 40% complete. But we keep a good track working with our local entities, our local government road fund coordinators, both John Herrera and Samantha Sandoval are working real closely with these folks to make sure that we hit those targets and we keep things moving forward. The entities are in the same predicament as we are with our House Bill 2 funding. We got to make sure we get that money spent in a timely fashion, but we got to make sure that we have a good scope of work, we have a good design, and we hit those start dates and end dates of construction. So I could talk about House Bill 2 funding all day and what we've been getting over the last 3 or 4 years, but I think it's very important to let the Commission know what we've been doing and what we've been doing working with folks within our legislature, working with folks, business people, and we're working with our customers to see how they feel, how we've been operating over the past couple of years.
You know, District 4 has always responded to us. We recently had a very serious issue with the fires that came, and, you know, having to do with the biggest fire in the history of New Mexico. District 4 lent us their PIO. Their PIO has been with us for quite some time, helping us with this issue. Additional to that, the district engineer has often called on me as the county commission chair. He has called on me and asked if there's anything that they could help us with. They've helped us with sand. They've helped us with Jersey barriers. You often see them on the highway transporting for this situation. They're a big brother that has come through for us very strong.
You see these employees working out there day in and day out during snow removal and other day-to-day operations. I think they're very valued in the community. I worked for the DOT, and I've seen as the years have passed how the employees are more involved with the community. So I think they're top-notch.
Whether it's there to help our constituents through Mora County, anytime they have excess material, whether it goes to the water associations, to the local clinic, the VFW, those materials are always used to benefit the constituents as a whole.
The processes that I've asked him as far as, you know, fencing, cattle guards, I mean, they've been very responsive, and the community that I serve will always call and say, you know what, thank you, we got what we had to do, and we just want to thank you for that. So they've been very responsive and very helpful.
Mora County being one of the poorest counties in the country, relying heavily on government, District 4 has always been there to help us out whenever they can.
I'll tell you what, they're a group of dedicated people. And I'll tell you what, it's hot days, winter storms, you know, it could be flash flood, it could be, hailstorm. These guys are out there. And one of the things that I sort of want to point out, I had issues with NMDOT prior to this administration. They wouldn't send the trucks out to take care of the interstate. This new administration, 100% different. Why? They take care of what they see. They start seeing snowfall, they start seeing ice form, they're out there. And I think that's what we need. We don't need people to travel through our state to get hurt or killed. We do not need that.
If I can just say,
James Gallegos, who is our district engineer, continues to be right there with his colleagues, his employees, the people that we all serve. I would say that they're very responsive. They're always taking care of public safety. That's first. And then from there, of course, with their knowledge, they're out in the field. Regardless of whether it takes a few hours or a few days, they ensure that these projects are complete and that they're well done.
I think our local area needs a lot of help with improvements of roads, and I really want to thank the DOT for being a vital part in our local road fund projects. They've helped out a lot.
They're a key component to the safety and the future of our region and of course the entire state.
We're a family. They're always extending themselves beyond what I would expect them to extend themselves. They're very helpful with any requests that we make, and they're always very cordial whenever we make requests of them. We feel that they're a strong partner with San Miguel County and the community.
I want to personally thank Commission Chair Walter Adams and DE James Gallegos, because every time I've called them, they always answer my calls or they return my calls as soon as possible. Even if they know that I'm calling to complain about something or express a concern, they're always there to help, and they address the situation immediately. And I can't even say thank you enough to them on behalf of our constituents for everything that they've done to help alleviate our transportation issues.
One of the major things that District 4 has been dealing with, and I think a lot of folks know about this throughout the state of New Mexico and throughout the nation over the last 3 months, we've been dealing with fires, okay? And this has been a major, there's been a lot of work done in District 4. We've probably had approximately 50 to 60 employees at all times, hands on deck, working with San Miguel County, working with Mora County, working with Colfax County, and working with the other districts to make sure that we provide support to these counties and to provide support to the folks that live in these communities that are dealing with these fires. So this is something that I really thought that should be up front, because this is what District 4 has been doing over the last 3 months, and everyone's been working hard. Okay, this slide here kind of gives you a feel for what we've been doing over the past 3 months, basically since Easter. The Cooks Peak fire started. This is in Colfax County. This is along, basically North Mora County and Colfax County, north of Ocata, New Mexico, along the New Mexico 120 corridor. This is the first fire that started. I've been with the department for over 27 years, and I worked in District 5, and now I've been working here. We have always supported fire suppression and fire efforts, working with the State Forest Service, working with the fire departments to support those efforts, right? So we have folks within District 4 that go to training to go ahead and deal with fire suppression. A lot of that has to deal with basically our heavy equipment. So take a look at this.
Hey Joe, that fire's coming towards you pretty fast. If you come out to the south, that'd be your best bet. Yeah, that fire's bumping pretty hard next to Joe. All right, Joe.
You can see the grader and our operator cutting line right there along the fire. I mean, they're right up against it, and sometimes even the fire goes underneath the grader, okay? So these employees, these operators are right in the thick of it, and they're doing everything they can to help mitigate and cut line. That's the main thing that we do with the New Mexico DOT is cut line, and that has that does a major deal for making sure that we can contain that fire, and that's what these folks are doing. We had about 4 or 5 operators working 14-hour shifts. They probably worked for about 14 to 16 days straight, and I think they had a lot to do with mitigating this Cooks Peak fire, because this fire didn't last as long as our Calf Canyon fire and Hermit's Peak fire. Again, it was a whole different type of fire situation, but these folks did a great job, and I think with their efforts, they were helped to mitigate and put these fires out. Other things that we did, and I'm not going to go through all of them, you can see them to the right of the slide there. I've been with the department for over 27 years, and we've helped fire mitigation quite a bit. We were asked to provide service trucks. These 3 service trucks were deployed with operators to basically serve help, especially in the Mora County area. They could not get no fuel. They would have to come over here and fuel up in Las Vegas and then haul it down to Mora. So we were deployed to go ahead and help fuel any contractor who had heavy equipment even the volunteer fire department trucks, anybody that was working on the fire, we serviced them and provided fuel. And we did this for about 2.5 to 3 weeks. We spent approximately $98,000 in fuel when it's all said and done. And so that's something that I've never seen done in the past, but that was something that really supported that effort. Other things that we did, of course, traffic control was never ending. We had approximately 16 to 18 message boards out there. We were changing those back and forth when we were closing different roadways throughout Mora County and San Miguel County. Again, a lot of guardrail was burnt especially up in the Sapio area and up by Pandaray and up towards the Gallinas Canyon. We have probably about 2 or 3 miles of guardrail that's burnt that we're working on now to replace. We provided shelter for the fire crews and equipment. You know, right now we have probably 30 or 40 firefighters in the road patrol still right now, and we also did that in the La Cueva patrol. Our public information, very critical on anything that we do nowadays. This fire threw a boomerang at us. San Miguel County, Mora County, Homeland Security, we really didn't have a good public information getting out to the folks. Our public information officer, Travis Martinez, he was tasked to go ahead and basically heading this out and making sure he's getting out that information, which is very, very important, because the main thing is you got to have true, good information. That was the tough part for Travis, and I think he did a great job. And then, of course, last but not least, sand. Oh my goodness, you know what? You never realized in San Miguel County, in Mora County, in District 4, it's pretty tough to get sand. So we're providing sand. We've been providing sand for the last 4 or 5 weeks. Right now we have approximately 14 to 15 trucks running with the help of District 6, with the help of District 5, providing trucks and getting sand and moving sand on a daily basis and to making sure that we get sandbags filled. So a lot of effort from the DOT in regards to sand, and that will continue. That will continue because right now that's for the flooding situation. This slide kind of gives you a feel for the costs that are associated with what we've been doing. If you look at the bottom, there's $196,640 that this is for manpower and equipment that we utilize to go ahead and provide fire support and fire suppression. And of course, I talked about the fuel. We're about $99,000 there. So we're about $300,000 in monies that we utilize in District 4 to help support that effort. Now, if you look at the top there, the $24,000 that you see up on top, that's flooding. So we're starting to track that now, and we're doing a lot of work in regards to that. If you look at that top picture there, that's in the Mora County area. That's that facility there, the ponds there, that's their sewage facility. And there's the Mora River runs right along this facility. So there's major concern of that river flooding. Those structures, those wire structures that you see there, and our guys are standing on top of those. Basically, those are like sheep's foot compactors, right? But they're actually human feet. But what we're doing there, they're called HESCOs. That we utilize these with the help of the Army Corps of Engineers, with the help of the National Guard, to go ahead and set these up. We probably put about 1,600 feet of these barrier wall to go ahead and make sure we provide extra barrier so we don't get the sewage facility contaminated or flooded. But again, going back to the cost, and this number is $24,000. I think now we're up to probably about $40,000 or $50,000, and that's going to continue. You know, we're providing concrete wall barrier. We're moving concrete wall barrier all over the state of New Mexico. We've been moving in from District 3. Thanks to District 3, they provided with a couple hundred pieces of wall barrier. We're moving wall barrier from the Lamy interchange on I-25, District 5 supporting that effort. So we have approximately 600 to 700 pieces of wall barrier in Las Vegas, and we have approximately 300 in the Mora La Cueva area, and we're going ahead and we're loading counties, we're loading the entities. Even the West Las Vegas Schools has asked for 160 pieces, and they're putting those barrier walls around their facility. So that's another operation that's been continuing on for the last 3 or 4 weeks. So other items that we've been working on in District 4 is we purchased a new project office for our Santa Rosa project office folks there in Santa Rosa. In addition to our best patrol, our special crews, our chip seal crew has been working very hard over this past year, and also our best project. This is a picture of our new Santa Rosa project office, and this, to me, this is something that we've been working on over the past couple of years trying to purchase. This facility is located in Santa Rosa. Before this happened, both Santa Rosa project office and the Santa Rosa patrol are in the same facility. So you have approximately 12 to 13 people in the patrol, and you have 10 people that are in our project office. There's not a lot of room to work for these folks. So what we decided was we started looking into a new project office for Santa Rosa, a new facility to provide the support they need. So we were able to find this project office that you see here today. The cost was $325,000 at 1.2 acres, 7,000 square feet. A really nice facility. It's got everything that we need. There's going to be a room for training. And also a lab. You know, every project office, I feel, should have a full-blown lab to do all the testing that they need to do there to take care of business. So this facility will really help this office and have things move forward. Of course, here we go. This is the 2021 Chip Seal Pavement Preservation 3-peat champions. I tell you what, this crew right here is, you know, I hate to always say that there's a best crew, but this is one of our best crews that we have in District 4. Like 2019, 2020, 2021, a 3-peat. Hats off to these guys. You know, these guys, without our chip seal crew and without chip seal crews throughout the state, we won't be able to preserve a lot of our minor arterials. This year, you know, you look at some of the data down there, but the main thing you look down at the bottom is 270 lane miles this crew did this past year. That's pretty amazing. Most districts, and even us, over the last 4 or 5 years, averaged 100 150 lane miles. 270 lane miles this year. They went over and beyond. And what amazes me about this crew, this is right in the middle of the pandemic. If you think about it, you know, I hate to say it, I was teleworking a couple of days out of the week, so I was home. A lot of folks were working from home. These guys were out there 10-hour days, sometimes 5 days a week, and they got the 270 lane miles done. That's pretty amazing for this crew. Hats off to these guys. This is our 2021 best project. This is on New Mexico 105, and the top pictures you see there. And this is the road that takes you into Rociada, New Mexico. And there's only one way in and basically one way out on a state road. So this is the main arterial that takes people in and out of there. There's a lot of logging trucks that come through here because they're logging out of this area. This is a mountainous area. We have a creek there that runs along this New Mexico 105, and at this location, you know, we got a phone call that basically the roadway collapsed. And as you see, what happened there was the existing 36-inch corrugated metal pipes rusted out at the bottom, and basically we had a cave-in. But we put our heads together and working with Clyde Sanchez is our bridge supervisor, Adam Romero, and of course Gabe Lucero. Went out there. You see on the bottom left there, that's a head wall. That's basically the inlet of this creek that goes underneath New Mexico 105. That head wall was intact, but the pipes were rotted out. If you can vision that, you know, we pulled the old pipes out. We had to basically phase the road to keep the road open half at a time, and then we slid new pipes back in, banded them together, and as you see, water's flowing through it. We had to pump the water around this area to the other side in order to keep it flowing. But at the same time, we got this done, and we backfilled it with some flow fill and backfill, and then up to the right, you see the finished product. So we never missed a beat there, and hats off to our bridge crew, Clyde Sanchez, hats off to the La Cueva Patrol, Pat Gallegos, who's our AMS, and even our AMS from Special Crews, Casey Encinas, had a lot to do with getting this done. Next is our Santa Rosa Patrol. Okay, this is the best patrol for 2021, and these are the guys that are, I tell you what, any patrol on I-40, no matter if it's in District 6, District 3, or District 4, these guys risk their lives every day. Now, as we all know, on I-40, 60% of the traffic is heavy commercial, semi-trailers moving at 75, 80 miles an hour, sometimes even faster. But these guys are out there pothole patching, taking care of guardrail, taking care of accidents, and doing the things that they need to do. These guys risk their lives every day, and I always worry about this crew. But again, hats off to Damian Chavez, who's our supervisor there, over to the right, and this crew, big crew, hats off to them, and they do a great job. So we come to the end here, and this is the best part of my presentation: recognizing our employees, recognizing our supervisors, and also recognizing our crew in District 4 for 2021. This is our employee recognition program that's basically a team of both employees, supervisors, and managers, a committee that's put together by District 4, and these are the folks that basically are the ones that go ahead and identify these folks as their number one for 2021. Just about every month, this committee gets together and they review some of the submittals from other employees, other supervisors of these employees that come into this program. To me, this is very important, recognizing our employees for a job well done. And at the same time, it's not from me, the district engineer. This is from the employees and supervisors throughout the district. We have over 320 employees working for District 4, and these are the top. So congratulations to them. District 4 Employee of the Year, Celeste Ibarra. Congratulations, Celeste. She's our human resource payroll specialist. I know when I first started here 3.5 years ago, she was working in the accounting section, doing a great job there, and then she did get promoted to working in our HR, human resources section.
So I did, when I first came into the department, I was working for the finance department. So I knew a little bit about payroll before. And then I applied here in HR for the training and development, which I got. And then a year later, I believe, they ended up giving me payroll 2 years later.
Celeste hit the ground running at that position. She's done a great job. She was asked to do other tasks this past year, and I think that's what took her over the top. You figure, again, here we go, 300 employees. There's a lot of training that's going on throughout our district, so she's the one that takes the lead in that. And special thanks to her to a job well done, and congratulations, Celeste. Next is our Supervisor of the Year, Damian Chavez, Staff Manager out of Santa Rosa. Hey, you know, this guy, what can I say? I talked a little bit about it earlier, about the Santa Rosa Patrol. They were the best patrol. Well, Damian's the staff manager. He's the main leader out there that kind of keeps these guys going. Anytime I ask anything of Damian, it's done. You know what I mean? I can give him a phone call and say, hey, we have an issue here, or one of our customers had a complaint here. He's on it, and he takes care of it and reports back.
As you see today, we're gonna go out here to I-40. We have a bunch of guardrail cable that's always hit. We have accidents where I'm on call 24/7, me and my supervisors, you know, and we're just always out there staying busy and taking care of the traveling public. That's what it's all about.
These guys are out there handling traffic control. He's working closely with state police, working with the Guadalupe County sheriffs, and making sure that we have a safe corridor, safe I-40. And again, Damian, congratulations, job well done. District 4 Team of the Year. I think these guys won it at least a couple of years ago. But again, hats off to Aaron Salas and also Gary Sanchez. Two guys in this section. And here we go again. We have 300 employees. Probably 250 of them have cell phones. Probably 250 to 300 have laptops. They have their computers, right? I mean, you got to be functioning at a high level to take care of that. But hats off to these guys. These guys, we have 16 patrols, 5 project offices. We have people spread out throughout our district, and they're taking care of business.
We got each other's backs. We always are calling each other to see exactly what's going on and stuff like that. We communicate a lot. I think that's what kind of made us the crew that we are today, you know.
I mean, it's an honor to be chosen as Crew of the Year, because there's a lot of crews out there that bust their bottoms all day, and for us to get chosen, I mean, like I said, it's the second time we've done it, but I mean, we still do the same amount of work, whether we're chosen or not. Last year we didn't get chosen, but I mean, our work ethic was the same, and we didn't slow down.
Hats off to Gary, and hats off to Aaron for a job well done for Team of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Walter Adams. Thank you, members of the commission, for being here today, for visiting us here in the city of Las Vegas, San Miguel County. I want to thank you very much for being here, and hope you have a good time here in the city of Las Vegas. There's a lot of great places to eat. There's a lot of great places to visit, and thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. It was kind of lengthy, wasn't it? But, you know, when you do the video in your office, you don't realize, I never even saw it. That's the first time I saw it. So I really, hats off to the IT folks, hats off to Marissa Mays and her group. They put all that together, right? They make it, blend it and make it happen. So I think that was pretty cool. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one thing I wanted to add on I did this presentation right before the flooding started. We just started to deal with that, and then we had a major flood up in the Rociada area, up in Maestas Canyon, up in the village of Gaskin, up on New Mexico 105 and New Mexico 276. I do know our new secretary went out there with Rick and John Romero. We went out there yesterday to review it. So we got guys, we got our heavy maintenance crew, our special crews. We got people from Wagon Mound. We got people from Las Vegas Patrol, supporting the effort and putting in pipes and doing all the things that they do. And without them, we couldn't do it, right? I mean, you kind of go out there and you give them some guidance. Stoney Jaramillo over here, I mean, he's like an animal out there on an excavator, right? But he leads the group, the team out there, and he does a great job. So without them, we couldn't do it. We couldn't get it done. So, and then one thing I wanted to add was on the cost. I think I had like $26,000 up there at the time for flooding. Right now, we're almost about $250,000 to $300,000. So it's going to continue to increase. That's okay. We got to get it done. And good thing working with the National Guard. Isaac Chavez over here is with the National Guard, and he's also the District 3 Assistant District Engineer of Construction. We've been working out there with Colonel Archuleta and all the folks out there as a team. It's a team effort, and the Army Corps of Engineers, and we're all supporting each other and trying to get things done. And the main goal is to make it safe for the traveling public, right? The last thing I want to, especially up in the Gaskin area and the Maestas Canyon area, there's only one way in there and one way out. And if folks can't get out, if there's an emergency and they can't get out, to me, I can't sleep at night. So we're just trying to make it safe for the traveling public, and hats off to my guys back there. They're doing a great job. Thank you. And now, any questions, or I could stand for any questions? Thank you.
Okay. And my mic was off. You could hear me, but they couldn't hear me on Facebook.
Say it again.
Yeah.
One thing, Mr. Chair, I forgot to add, the supervisor of the year, crew of the year, I don't know, we're gonna take a picture now with them, or you want to wait till later?
Let's do it right after.
Okay, sounds good.
And I have something, an idea, and Mr. Padilla, if you're up for this, I think that it's phenomenal to win the Chip Seal Award 3 years in a row. And what I'm saying is that we should create this beautiful traveling trophy or plaque. And if anybody wins it 3 years in a row like they did now, they keep it. And then we start another one, because I think it'd be a traveling trophy, win it 3 years in a row. But to win it 3 years in a row is outstanding. Secretary Serna.
Thanks, Mr. Chair and Commission. As James shared yesterday, we had a chance to go out and visit with the patrols that were working on the flood recovery efforts, and it was an honor. They gave me a vest. They found one that fit. They gave me a hat that fit. That was more impressive. But I do want to send a shout out to the patrols that were there. They let me get down and interact with them. But I did want to make a comment that's important. Is there were instances where we had a chance to visit with community members there, right, homeowners that were there. And they know these patrols. They know them. They interact with them. They talk with them. They ask them for help. We're working on, in some instances, we're going above and beyond and outside of our responsibility to help some of those residents with their driveways. But I really appreciate that not only are they doing the work, but they're establishing the relationship with the community members out there and the homeowners out there, and they respect them for all that they're doing. So I just want to say thanks for taking me to see that, and thank you for the work you're doing. I think it's going undervalued and under-recognized, but we know what you're doing. Thank you.
And I just want to let some of the employees that I met with back there, they said, hey, I remember when you came to our patrol, and I came when you visited us. Well, here in District 4, we're going to make it a point for Secretary Cerna and myself, and maybe if he wants to bring a couple of his staff with him, and we're going to go visit patrols, and we're going to listen to you and see what you need, what we can provide, what we can't provide. I think it was, when was it, Mr. Padilla, when we gave everybody some fluorescent jackets, and we made sure that everybody got one. Why did we do that? For one reason. It was a simple way to say thank you for the job you do. We can't control salaries and we can't control this and that, but you know what we can control? Saying thank you and trying to, those are little things, but we're hoping that that shows how much we appreciate you. Okay, let's move on to the secretary. You don't have anything else, James? So let's move on to the secretary report. Deputy Secretary Justin.
Thank you, Chairman Evans. Thank you, Commissioners. First of all, I'd like to thank District 4 for all the work they did up on the fires out there. They did an incredible job. The men and women that put the time in out there was unheard of. You know, they were working days, nights, weekends, holidays. They really did a lot out there to make sure that everybody was safe. So they deserve a lot of thanks for what you guys did, and I really do appreciate what they did. Also with the other districts, District 3, District 5, District 6, they all contributed to come together as a unit. That's what the DOT does. And I think it was a great example of how we work together. Also during that time, District 1 was fighting the fires down in the Black Fire. So most of our districts, if Francisco had a chance, he would have been here too. So District 2 would have been right by sides with everybody else. So I think all the districts came together. We showed the support that they need, so that's what the DOT does. So I just want to give them a bunch of kudos for what they did.
Thank you.
So I'll go ahead and talk about some of the stuff we've been doing. Right now, we had the ARPA money that we received here in December. We received $172 million. We're starting to get some of that funding out. $10 million went to the airports, $10 million went to rest areas, $10 million to EV, and for projects, we had $142 million. So in that $142 million, we have a list of projects that was there that we're currently starting to get that money on. So we're working on getting the ARPA money out that was given out. So it's much needed in a lot of those projects. So you'll start seeing that funding going out. Also, we received the $84 million on the bill money that came from the feds. That's formulated into our current STIP program. Our STIP program is a 4-year program that has our projects are slated out for the next coming years. So it's formulated in there, so we don't really receive a lump sum. We already received close to $450 million, and now we're over $500 million that we received from the feds. So this money is getting programmed in. This $84 million is part of the $500 million that we'll receive over the next 5 years. So that money is also being put in. What it's really doing right now is it's plugging a lot of the holes that we have right now. If the cost escalations, what we're seeing in some of these current projects, we are trying to use that funding to fill the gaps that we currently have right now. So that money, it's not like we got the money instead of $84 million to put to a project. It's spread out, formulated through all the projects that we have. So that's probably been one of the biggest things, our cost escalations that we currently have or that we're seeing. We just received bids last week, and they're coming $10, $11 million over the estimates. On some points, we're seeing them coming 30, 40% over our engineers' estimates. We're trying to get a ballpark figure. We're trying to get it under control. I talked with Commissioner Ellis this morning about some of the stuff that was going on and how we're trying to mitigate the damage and trying to alleviate those gaps. But we're seeing it with the fuel, with concrete, with steel, asphalt, and pretty much anything you could imagine, trucking, any the deliveries of stuff. So the cost escalation is real. It really is hitting the DOT. And for us, we're seeing it on the contractors in when they're getting the bids are coming in, but also us as a whole, as a maintenance department, we're having to use our fuel. Our fuel costs have gone up. Our maintenance costs have gone up. So I think for the DOT, we're starting to see a double-edged sword of how it really affects us, and we're doing well with it. But this has been going on since the first of the year. We'll probably continue seeing it probably for the rest of the year, and hopefully these costs will start coming down, or engineers' estimates will get a little bit closer to what we normally seen. But right now we are in the point where we're project-wise, as we're just trying to fill the gaps in the projects, and the new projects right now are probably something that we'll have to sit and talk about, but right now we really need to focus on what we're doing with our current list of projects and what we have currently going out there, because there's a big gap and we really need to fill that gap. So I think come legislation, we'll make sure the legislation knows. Secretary Cerna and him have talked about it, so I think that's something we really need to address coming up for this legislative session, is the cost to fill the gaps that we currently have right now. Also, so to offset some of these costs and some of the escalations that we're seeing, we did put a series of grants we put out. We have 3 grants that we put out for the RAISE grant. They're $25 million for each grant. We put 3 of them out. We have one on the 180, down in US 180. We also have one in Mexico 4 on the Jemez bypass, and we also have one on the 128 in JAL. So we are trying to offset some of these costs by hopefully getting some of these grants that are out there. Hopefully, we did receive one last year up in the Shiprock area, so we did receive $25 million, along with the Village of Los Lunas also received another $25 million. So we're starting to see more grants come our way. We're hoping that flow continues so we could try to mitigate some of this cost. We also put in for infra grants. For the infra grants, we have one in the St. Francis extension down in the south part of the state. That was $40 million we put in for it. We also did for downtown Clovis another $42 million. Unfortunately, we tried to work with McKinley County to get a bunch of those bridges that were, that had made the news. We were trying to get a lot of those bridges taken care of. So we are currently working with McKinley County to try to get those 10 bridges at least into design right now. So come next cycle, we could go for an infra grant to try to help McKinley County out. So we are on board trying to help any community that needs help with some of these grants. We do a lot of letters of support for some of the grants. Don Annie County, I think the city of Farmington, Village of Las Lunas. So there are a lot of communities that do reach out to us for support, and we'd love to see them get some of these grants. But well, some of the things we need to work with some of these entities on before if they do get some of those grants. So we also do have a mega grant out there right now. The mega grant is for the Comanche Montgomery bypass in Albuquerque. It's a $180 million project. So it'd be great to be able to get the $180 million, and money we do have formulated for it now we could put towards other areas and other projects that need help right now. So I think that's the way we're looking at it, is if we were to receive some of the grants and we do have money formulated for some of these projects, we could use that money to pull back and put it on another project. So that's how we're trying to see it. And so hopefully we'll see some of that stuff happen. So like I said, in August, we'll see if we got any of the RAISE grants. And then what we're trying to do for the mega and infra grants, we'll see sometime in October if we get awarded. So fingers crossed that'll happen, so that'll really help us out. Also right now, I know they did talk about the TPF funding during James's slide. We did receive the list of projects this past week. Me and Secretary Cerna will be going through them on this Friday. We have $105 million that go for this year for the TPF funding. We have a list, long list of projects from each district. So that TPF funding is really good. I think the entities really benefit off it. I know the city of Las Vegas has put in. They've also received funding in the past. The same with San Miguel County. So I think it's detrimental to a lot of these communities that can't get some of this funding. I think this grant really could bring some stuff into much needed areas. So it's a great program, that TPF funding, and it's a 95-5 match to top it off. So, and we do put up money away for the hardship part of it. So some of these communities can't afford it. So sometimes we just fund it 100%. We do have I'm going to give you a litter update. We've been doing a program now with Marissa Mace has been spearheading, getting all this stuff out there, along with Rick Padilla. Joe De La Rosa was part of it at the beginning, and John Romero. So we do have ITS Quest and Highland Enterprises. They've been working along I-25 and I-10. As to date, they've got close to over 300 miles that they've done since April 18th throughout the state. And throughout the state, they've worked from the Texas state line to Las Cruces, and I-25 from Santa Fe to Los Lunas right now. Right now, there'll be phase 2 of it is from from Santa Fe to Las Vegas. So you'll be seeing them on the side of the road picking up trash. They've had close to 8,200 trash bags that they've already picked up, along with other material that's on the side of the road. So it's been a great program. But once you start picking up again, sometimes it doesn't take long for it to start looking, to trash all over again. So we're really working hard on that. We're trying to get, I think Rick's working with the Department of Corrections on that, trying to see if we could get them to also start being part of the program. And there is another, I think another group we're working with too. So I think Rick could probably get you guys up to date on that part if you need some information. But this next phase of this, what we'll be doing to be working on New Mexico 285, then also in the Roswell area, and then also New Mexico 117, 122, 547, and 615, and that's in the Grants area. So along the I-40 corridor in that area. So we'll be out there. The crews are out there. So when you see them, be careful. Pull over out of the way to let them do their thing. But they are out there working, and it's looking a lot better. So we're going to keep working at that. Also want to give you an update. We did have 2 job fairs that our DOT attended yesterday and on Tuesday and Wednesday. So we are trying to help our vacancy rate. We're trying to get the word out that we're hiring. We're a great place to work. So I think the more job fairs we could get out there, the more interest we could get in the state, that would be great to try to keep some of our locals here and get them to work for us. So Marissa's also working on that too. Has been doing a great job of coordinating and trying to get those job fairs and trying to find any kind of interest. I know they reach out to universities. We do a lot of different kind of things that are trying to promote the DOT and come work with the family is really what it is. So we have employees that started coming back to work this past week, so we'll see a lot more faces in the offices now. We have them coming in 3 days a week currently right now, and we're working towards getting them in the 5 days a week sometime soon. But it's great to see people in the office and starting to, it's getting a little bit back to normal now. So it's really nice to be in there and be able to walk down the hall and get information instead of trying to make a phone call, because sometimes that wasn't the easiest time. And also we've been doing e-permitting. Our e-permitting system came up starting up on August 15th. That's the first phase. The e-permitting is for the utility companies, and now broadband's included. So this should be a more consistent way of getting permits for us, a quicker way. Sometimes it did there was a little inconsistencies because the districts, all of them do something different kind of. So I think this will be more consistent, more efficient, and permits should be getting out a lot quicker. And like I said, in August, we should have that up going. Jeremy Lovato spearheaded that one, did a great job. So I'd like to thank Jeremy for that. And I know we're still working on some other things in November on the permitting fees that we're currently working on. And with that, I have an EV update, but I wanted Jerry Valdez to come up. It's the NEVI program that he actually worked on, and I'll let him give the update on that.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Reese, Chairman Adams, Commissioners. Thank you so much, Secretary Serna. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update. We put the plan up. The plan is available currently on our NEVI website. Thanks to Marissa and her team. You're gonna probably hear that a lot because her team has their fingers in everything. They help us get these types of initiatives posted and accessible to the public. So the National Electric Vehicle Implementation Plan the program is through the Infrastructure Implementation and Job Act. New Mexico was provided an appropriation of a little bit over $38 million to help connect the nation through the expansion of our electric vehicle infrastructure here in New Mexico, connecting with all other states to ensure that the motoring public has accessible to efficient, safe, and standardized methods of travel as they're going across the country in electric vehicles. And so the adoption of electric vehicles is critical to our climate goals and also the decarbonization goals that are not only set by the federal level, but the state level as well. And so for the last 3 months, our team at DOT has been working to put together this New Mexico Infrastructure Development Plan. That was the first step towards accessing the federally formulated funds that were given to New Mexico over the 5-year program. I can tell you that this week, the state of Maryland announced that they were the first state to submit their plan in their region. And they had to say their region because there was only one state that could claim that it was the first to implement their plan nationally, and that's your Department of Transportation, who was able to submit their plan on July 15th. Our Joint Office of Energy and Transportation celebrated with us the accomplishments because of all of the work that was done, not only by the hardworking staff at New Mexico Department of Transportation, but the partnerships across sister agencies, staff not only engaged with other agencies to get their input from energy and minerals and natural resources, environment, procurement at General Services Division, also our energy providers and PRC. And so we came together to put a plan together that we believe meets the unique needs of New Mexico. And we're building a plan for New Mexicans first. This is a plan that is sponsored and supported through the federal funding. However, what the Federal Joint Office of Energy and Transportation recognized is that every single state is unique, and they allowed us the opportunity to provide a plan that addressed those unique needs for the entire state. Geographically, we're one of the largest states in the country. From an equity perspective, making sure that disadvantaged communities are not left behind, as well as other factors that were taken into consideration dealing with energy capacity, were all dealt with in this plan. And so I want to really thank our federal partners, not only at the national level through our Joint Office of Energy and Transportation, but our local administration here in New Mexico, our FHWA office, Ms. Cindy Vega and Rodolfo. They have been supportive of this effort. They have worked with us, and they were a critical part of making this a success. So we look forward, as you heard this morning, there was public comments from not only construction companies, but communities that were represented through the discussion this morning. They are anxious, they're ready, and they look forward to the Department of Transportation utilizing this opportunity not only to build out electric infrastructure, but the portion of the IIJ funding that is critical is the JOB Act. This will create jobs in local communities. It will sustain the opportunity to maintain and operate these electric charging stations from a public-private perspective that will keep New Mexicans working for the next decade in the field of electric charging infrastructure through support of the operation and maintenance and training that can be provided. And so we take seriously at the Department of Transportation not only the infrastructure, but the portion that creates jobs for New Mexicans. So we're excited. I look forward to providing additional information as we progress through this implementation plan over the next 5 years. And I will be ready for any updates that are necessary in the upcoming commission meetings in other parts of the state as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Let me just ask you a question. We have some charging stations coming up, right?
Chairman Adams, yes, and thank you for bringing that up. When we're talking about $38 million from our National Electric Infrastructure Plan, that is from a federal program that was established through the formulaic funding. One of the things that the governor and the state of New Mexico did was provide us an additional $10 million, as Deputy Secretary Reese spoke about, a $10 million appropriation in the 2021 special session that will help expand these charging stations. So just recently, we announced in Socorro, New Mexico, the first partnership with Socorro to build electric charging stations in that community to make sure that the traveling public between Albuquerque and Las Cruces have the ability to traverse and not have range anxiety, that if they get to that area between Albuquerque and Socorro, they have a place to charge up. But to Chairman Adams' point, that $10 million of ARPA funding also has provided us the opportunity to build out infrastructure within our own DOT facilities. So we're currently working, although Socorro was the first partnership that we took advantage with the city of Socorro, we currently have 3 projects that we have POs cut, work being done, and the 3 project areas are here in Las Vegas, New Mexico, on our park and ride area adjacent to the district, as well as our DOT facilities in Deming and in Roswell. And the great thing about these facilities is they will all be public facing, they will all be level 3 DC fast chargers, and they will be accessible 24/7 to the motoring public to make sure that they're accessible, safe, and allowing the public to to access these charging stations 24 hours a day to make sure that this range anxiety is relieved.
Thank you.
So we anticipate Las Vegas, New Mexico will
That's what I was waiting for.
We will
Hey,
anticipate
get to
Las
the,
Vegas, New
let's
Mexico
get to it.
will have their 4 DC fast chargers, which will have 8 ports at 150 kilowatt per port available and being used by the motoring public by October of this year. And what that means is not only will people be able to charge their vehicles, but when they make a decision to come eat the fantastic tortillas at Charlie's, they could come with their electric vehicles, park, and know that they're going to be able to get back home quickly and safely.
Thank you. We have a question.
Can you talk a little bit, address the relationship between this process and the utility companies?
Absolutely. And if you read our plan, and I encourage anybody in the audience, both here and online, to read over the plan, we had to engage with our energy providers. We had to have engagement meetings with not only P&M, but our co-ops, because really they're in the driver's seat. One of the concerns that is really facing this is our electrical grids. I can tell you that we've engaged with, for example, Kit Carson, who over the past 10 years, Luis Reyes has done a tremendous job subsidizing the energy in Taos, utilizing solar. So we're looking in ways that we can, the intent of this project is the expansion of EV charging stations. But what it really does is it opens up the conversation about our energy grids and the capacity, and that we're not facing the issues that California and Texas have had to face when you're talking about brown rollouts of energy and downtime. And also in pricing, utilizing a pricing structure that people get a cheaper rate during off-peak times. So we engaged not only with the general public, which they're our customers. We had 6 virtual public meetings throughout New Mexico. I think you guys received those invitations. And we heard the voice of the constituents to ask them where they felt they needed to be. What were their expectations when they got to those areas? Do they need lights? Do they need accessibility to facilities, cameras? What was their comfort level? We engaged with industry. We brought in the manufacturers, asked them what they need from us as we're looking towards expanding on this infrastructure. But the most important stakeholders that we engaged with, Commissioner, and you're absolutely right, is our energy providers. And we're currently building those relationships through PRC with the Department of Energy. We've been meeting regularly with P&M and the co-ops to make sure that we understand where we're going, what we need, and in some cases, if you move a charging station even a quarter mile up the road where the energy capacity changes, it's going to lower the cost, and it's going to allow you to be much more efficient in meeting those energy needs. If you're, one of the requirements is every 50 miles. And I think our federal partners will talk about that they're allowing us the opportunity to provide waivers. The federal rule guidance mandates that there's 50-mile increments of EV charging stations. And when you talk about 600 kilowatt, that's the minimum, 600 kilowatt. That's a lot of energy. And so they're allowing us to work with them to create waivers to say, look, we can go, even though it's 50 miles, we can go 5 miles up the road in a community that will not only benefit because of the economic opportunities to put charging stations in places like Elephant Butte, New Mexico, like, you name the small town that needs economic help, and it's going to be an opportunity for us to share in the economic opportunities that these stations will bring. And so we will continue to work with the energy providers.
Let me just ask you one more time, where are the first 4 charging stations coming?
The first 4 charging stations are coming to Socorro, New Mexico, and shortly after in Las Vegas, New Mexico.
Okay, that's what we needed to know.
But you're a close second.
Huh?
Very close second. Okay. And then after that also Roswell and Deming. So.
You know what they used to, my dad used to say, second doesn't get you a trophy.
But it will get you electricity.
Yeah. But it will get you the opportunity to get people in your community and eat that delicious food at Charlie's.
Thank you for your report. Deputy Reese, thank you for your report, and we appreciate your efforts. And I just wanted to mention one more thing before I forget, is Gabe Lucero here. Gabriel, is he still there? Well, I don't know if he doesn't look like he is, but I just wanted to say this real quick since we're on all this. We had been working on getting a weather camera, and we've been working on that. That weather camera, as I understand, is almost ready to get hooked up. And once we get it hooked up, we'll be able to look at the that'll be another place where you can look at to see if the roads are snow or this or that. So ours is on the verge of getting hooked up.
Okay, sounds good. You want to talk about literal?
Chairman Adams, if I could say one more thing, if you give me the opportunity.
Yeah.
We have many representatives from counties, cities here today. One of the things I do want to bring up is that beyond the NEVI and the State Department of Transportation providing funding, there will be opportunities for our local government bodies to tap into discretionary grant funding through a community discretionary grant program that will be issued at the end of the year for the next four years to be able to tap into federal funding to build out their own infrastructure. So we're not the only game in town. We want to support our local government bodies in the pursuit of these local funds that will help them build out their own EV infrastructure beyond just the NEVI, the ARPA, or any capital outlay money that was provided.
Thank you.
And I can help with that if they need any assistance.
Appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to go on now to our partner from the FHWA, Cindy. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Hello.
I just had somebody text me, said they were hungry.
Yeah. So I'll be quick. I won't stand between everyone and lunch. Again, hello, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Adams, Commissioners, and Secretary Serna, and Las Vegas and NMHU. We really appreciate your hospitality today, so thank you for welcoming us. If I can add, Secretary Serna, we look forward to working with you. Of course, I'm here and with my deputy as well, Rodolfo Monge Oviedo. And I know we spoke earlier this morning, and know that you're really in good hands. You have a really, as you can hear already, you've got a team of professionals working for you. So again, look forward to that partnership and what the future brings. Great, thank you. Also, thank you, Jerry, for kind of mentioning the grant opportunities for NEVI and for the locals. You know, earlier, a few months ago, I got a call from Mr. Harold Garcia. He's a San Miguel chair. I don't know if Mr. Garcia is here today. Oh, hello, sir. So I know I shared some information with you, and I don't know if you were able to take advantage of those grant applications, but as Jerry mentioned, it's not a one-shot deal, right? So it wasn't just like these opportunities are here this year. They're also going to be here for the next 4 years. So those opportunities to apply for all the RAISE, the infra, the mega, all of that funding is still going to be available. So you can, if you weren't able to do it this year, you and everyone else, all the other agencies will be able to do that. So, okay? Thanks.
I came back and I sent that information out. We have Councilman Montoya, who I'm sure would be interested in those grants. He's right there. And
Okay.
so I brought it back hot.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. No, and glad to provide that information. Also, as Jerry was mentioning, so congratulations on being the first in the nation to submit your NEVI plan. You know, that's really a big deal because there's a lot of interest in that program, as we know as well from the governor. So good, congratulations, Jerry, and your team. Speaking of plans, I also want to recognize the state freight plan, and that was also submitted ahead of schedule. So thank you all for your team in doing that. And as we heard earlier about the Ports to Plains corridor with the future I-27, the state freight plan is really critical because right now it provides funding for projects on our key corridors, which of course we know 25, 40, and 10, and with the future fourth of 27. So, and we know how freight plays into our economy, so very supportive of getting that submittal done early. So kudos to your team for that. And then lastly, I just wanted to talk a little bit about so a lot of what we do is managing the funds, and we're so glad that this year New Mexico received about $500 million, and that's a lot of money to manage. I know Mallory will talk a little bit about this later, but usually in our fourth quarter, which is where we're in right now, you know, July, August, and September, there's a really big push to obligate all of our funds. So what does that mean? That means dedicating our funds into the projects. And I'm really happy to hear that as of today, we're at 71% obligated, which is a big deal considering the extra amount of funds that we got. So again, kudos to your team, and we'll continue to work with them to obligate those funds. So, and I know Mallory, oh, there she is in the back. Well, I know we've been working with her quite a bit to get those funds into the system. So it's great. All right. That's all I have. Any questions?
Any questions from fellow commissioners?
No?
With that,
Okay.
we always appreciate what you do. Our partnership is fantastic. We want to make sure we continue to, you know, move forward in a positive way, and thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you know, there's a great team that we get to partner with, so happy to do that. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna move on now. Let me ask you this. Shall we take a little break, or do we just wanna keep going? It's up to it. Keep going? We're gonna keep going. Yeah. Yeah, we're going. We're going. Before you start, Marissa?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to recognize Jessica Sena. She's sitting there in the back. If you'd stand. I worked with her side by side for many years before I retired and went to Santa Fe. So I just wanted to give her a shout out. And with that, we're gonna turn it over to you. It's yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I originally had planned on just giving a very brief update on the 2 new campaigns that we're running, but because of Secretary Serna, I decided to do a little bit more of a comprehensive update on communication, just so he can see what we have going on. Since 2019, so this was at the beginning of the administration, the NMDOT Comms Department has become the communication model for other state agencies, including the governor's office. So what began as this minimal and sort of unconnected department within DOT is now a strong presence with that goal of providing the most comprehensive communication that we can. So we now have the comms director, 3 new managers, which I just wanted to mention quickly. They are Matt Hunt, who's our graphic design manager, and I know he's here. Jaime Bencomo is our social media manager, and Miguel Fierro is our visual creative manager. In addition to our 6 public information officers, 3 videographers, professional photographer, 2 graphic designers, and of course our webmaster. So all of this, as this comprehensive team, everything that you saw today would not be possible. A lot of it has been because of the talent of this entire team, the videos, the photos, being able to live stream. So just talking about where we've come in terms of the internal outreach, the training and informational video, as Secretary Serna sent one out earlier so that he could introduce himself, new capability. District Engineer State Transportation Commission, the presentations as we just saw, the Enhanced Employee Recognition Program, Best Project Patrol and Practice videos. It's great that we were able to see with James's presentation, when you talk about everything the districts are doing and these men and women who are out there, but actually getting to visually see it, I think makes a really big difference, because people don't always understand or know what these men and women do. PowerPoint templates for professional consistency. The one I'm using is one of them, but we decided to create some so that they're on our internal communication page, and that way anybody within the department who wants to put together a professional presentation, we've done the work for them. So it's there are 6 different templates, you pull one up, and you can go for it. And then our interactive newsletter. So KPASA has been around for a little bit, but most recently in March of 2021, and you guys can go ahead and just scroll through that, thank you, just while I talk about it. Matt Hunt, he put together this new format. And with it, so now we send this out internally, and I believe it gets sent to the commissioners as well, but we're able to incorporate video and photos, and this is what it looks like as you're scrolling through it. So it's much more interactive. And at the beginning of March of 2021, we had about 5,888 viewers, users that actually looked through this. But just over the last year, we have increased by 6,045 new users. So we have a total of 11,900 that are looking at this whenever it comes out. And we love that we're able to showcase so much of what's happening within the department. And I think the men and women of the department like to see some of their own stories and get to see this in a very interactive way. Thank you. We did that. There we are. So for our external outreach, we now have the capabilities to do radio public service announcements, PSAs, which we have done many for other agencies, but with some of the equipment that we were able to purchase, we have that ability to record them, to edit them, and then get them out through the radio. Our website, we did a complete overhaul this past year, and all of the photos and video that are on that are, again, from the communication team. We're able to stream the videos that we talked about. And the social media growth, it's increased by 75,000%. We had Facebook and Twitter in 2018, and then at the start of this administration, we did most recently we had YouTube, and then we added Instagram recently. But from the very beginning of just 2019 to where we are now, it's gone up by that 75,000%. And we're utilizing that to not only showcase the department, the projects, the men and women, so that we're educating the public about what we do, but we're also using it to communicate with the public in a way that's very, very beneficial. This is a quick example that I'll show you. Sorry, I'll let that pass. On New Mexico 502, I
So we
believe
need to shut down the
this.
road and let these people, not be close to what we're doing. We could be working on one rock and we don't know, there might be something loose on the side of it that these guys haven't caught on to. And if we get a major rock slide, that could impact traffic. Well, if we had the road open, so it's better to have it shut down. It's safer for everybody.
People in Los Alamos that were traveling to and from on New Mexico 502, the road was blocked off in both directions. It's one of the major routes to get there. They were really upset. And we were able to take that quick video. Our PIO ran up there, took that video on his cell phone, and then showcase it. We found a hashtag for the New Mexico, or the Los Alamos community, and they were quieted immediately. It was like, oh, I get it. I understand what you're doing. We didn't want those rocks to fall, so we needed to go in and actually remove some of them. And just explaining that made a really big difference for the public, so that's another use of our social media. Now, another way that we are communicating is through additional external outreach, including targeted campaigns that are designed to educate and also influence behaviors. So when we came on board, the very first one we did was Zipper Merge, followed by Toss No Mas, NDWI, Pedestrian Safety, and Recruitment are our two newest. So I'm just going to go through an example. This is our Zipper Merge campaign that we ran in 2009.
New Mexico drivers, get ready to do the Zipper Merge. It's the new way to merge when a lane is closing. When you see signs construction is ahead and a lane is ending, use both lanes until just before the merge point. Then take turns like the teeth of a zipper. Learn more at zippermergenm.com.
So that one designed to influence behavior, change the way we actually try to merge. District 6 has done an amazing job of implementing this on I-40 when there are major projects. So we're hoping that it will become used as part of the traffic control plans when we're doing some of these major projects, because it does work. So we didn't have a ton of money to put behind this, but we do still have a website for it, and I can always use some of my budget to put radio out there. That was a 15-second social media clip, but we have billboards as well. Our next one is the Toss No Mas. I'll wait a second just to play that one and just talk to you for a moment about it first. So this happened during 2020, during the pandemic. And if some of you may recall the old Toss No Mas ballad that was sung, that came out in the 90s, and we just wanted to revamp that. And so we did, and our biggest goal with this one was to try to encourage the drivers to do their part. So it wasn't just about tossing something out the window. Those aren't the people that we were trying to target. But during the pandemic, the litter just really piled up, and it became a very big problem. The correctional facilities that we usually contract with, they weren't able to get out there and do the cleaning because everything was sort of shut down. And we're still working on renewing a contract with them. But at the time, you can see where it says Toss No Mask. We had disposable masks were littering the roadside. So we did make some reusable masks that we handed out, and the takeaway for the public was to tie up your garbage, tarp it, and pick it up, trying to give people something to do that actually does help, because the litter doesn't get there by itself. It does come from people. It's just giving them that responsibility to try to take care of that as well. So we did revamp the song, not entirely, but we used sort of a play off of the Whip It song from the 80s. So if you guys can go ahead and, this is just an example.
Toss no mas, throw it in the can, keep gotta stay clean. Don't trash up the scene. You put your trash in a bag, then you tie it. Don't drop it on the road, you must stop it. Don't toss that trash, pick it up and can it. Toss no moss. Toss no moss.
Brought to you by NMDOT.
So there you go. That
was good. That was actually good.
Yeah, thank you.
Catchy.
Yeah, it was catchy, and a lot of people heard it on the radio. Again, putting money behind these, it's difficult. My budget's not large for that, but we were able to utilize social media a lot, and that does, your dollar can go really far with that when you spend your budget on that. And the radio ads, you just heard those. And then I just wanted to show you the latest NDWI campaign. This I can't take any credit for at all. The communication department likes to help, of course, promote NDWI campaigns, but this is entirely traffic safety. And traffic safety has been doing this to combat drunk driving for a number of years. Every season they come up with a new campaign. This was the most recent for the summer. And this one was designed to just be a little bit more fun. Parties are happening, graduations are happening, but at the same time, we want people to, we're not saying you can't have a party, we're saying just do it responsibly.
Don't touch the body. Don't take it
Now, moving on to our new campaigns, this is what I wanted to put my money behind this year. And it was pedestrian safety, because unfortunately we are #1 in pedestrian fatalities. And there has to be some kind of push to really try to change these behaviors. What we decided to do was making it a two-way street. So it was a Look For Me campaign that was revamped so that, and these buses that are wrapped, they're actually in Albuquerque. A few of them are wrapped to look exactly like that. And the idea was, pedestrians look for me, and drivers, you need to look for pedestrians. But we're hopeful that this can get some traction at some point.
New Mexico leads the nation in pedestrian fatalities. This is a list we don't want to be at the top of.
Look for me.
Look for me.
Look for me.
Look for me.
Pedestrians always look for vehicles. Drivers always look for pedestrians. Let's make the streets and highways of New Mexico safer for everyone. Remember, pedestrian safety is a two-way street. Brought to you by NMDOT.
So that was one of the radio ads that we have running that just launched, so those are starting right now. Then we're going to move on to recruitment. We've been talking about this. We have this display set up right over off to the side there, and we're hoping to get one, if Mallory will give me some of my budget back, to buy one for each district, because we really need to start trying to professionally encourage and promote the department and encourage people to come and work for DOT. So we're right now running some radio ads. We're hoping that these will set up at different areas when we go for recruitment and conferences, that kind of stuff, just to try to showcase. And again, all of those photos were taken by our photographer, Jake Sholkoff, who has been here all day, taking the photos, which we're so proud of. And he really is incredible. So here's this one.
The road to a great career starts at the New Mexico Department of Transportation. A wide range of job opportunities are available now. NMDOT offers competitive salaries, great benefits, job security, and much more. We're more than just road work. Visit www.dot.nm.gov/careers to start your job search today. Take this job and love it. Come to work for NMDOT.
We do have some magnets on the side of some vehicles. We have then a QR code, so it takes you right to applying for jobs if you scan that QR code. And our slogan is "Take this job and love it." It comes from a song that many who are younger may not know. It was "Take this job and shove it." Yes, but we did a play on words with that, and that says salary, benefits, job security, next exit. So we'll continue to push and really try to encourage people to come work for NMDOT. I wanted to introduce, we do have officially a new Public Information Officer out of District 2. Her name is Candace Barella. She is not here today, but she's born and raised in Roswell. She has been with the department for about 6 years. She's a communication dispatcher, she was, and overseeing NM Roads and Adopt a Highway program, and also coordinating training for District 2. And our thanks go out to Manon Arnett, who worked in that position for a number of years and has helped to transition Candace. But we are really excited to have her on the team. And finally, but certainly not last at all, we wanted to give some special acknowledgement to Travis Martinez. You know, we have an incredible communication team, and the ideas are nothing without the implementation and the actions that are taken. And I'm so honored to work with everybody on this comms team so that we can do so much for the department. But specifically, you know, Travis, such an incredible hire. He's been with the department, but he actually started out in construction, and he did not have any background in communication. But I believed in hiring the best person for the job with the best attitude. And Travis was somebody that unanimously on the panel we chose. Even over somebody with 21 years of PIO experience, we picked him. And I'm so thrilled that we could, because him stepping in to work for Department of Homeland Security, when I called him and said, I need you to help me, we need somebody there as boots on the ground, he showed up and has been so instrumental in trying to help the community and this district. And I know that San Miguel County really wants to hire him, and I will do everything I can to prevent him from being stolen. But he
signed the contract this morning.
He is just outstanding and always willing to help, always willing to jump in. I know he's finally starting to feel better, and I want to thank our PIO, Jim Murray from District 5, because Travis needed a break, and we were able to pull Jim in to try to help now as well. And who would have known, with Department of Homeland Security and everything that's happening, that DOT communication would end up being such an important part of what's happening with the state. And I'm really proud of that. So on behalf of the communication department, we do have a gift for Travis, and I hope he's still here. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we bought Travis, Valerie, this was not within the budget. It was out of our own pockets, so it does not exceed the $75 limit. But we did purchase this coat for you with your name on it, and thank you. So pending any questions or comments, that's the end of my presentation.
For me, just two things, and I'll turn it over to the fellow commissioners. Those are great things that you have going there, and I look forward to seeing them on the campaign. I would like to, I don't know how we do this or if we can do this, but I would like to see if we can cut some PSAs and like to the local radio stations, even if we come and cut them here, whatever, for school is starting now. And just to start letting the traffic aware that, you know, and something that's real catchy, real gimmicky, is saying, watch out for our kids.
Yes.
Because I think we're gonna have school starting here in about the next 4 weeks, and those are always good to do. Okay. And the other thing I was gonna tell you is that when Travis was first sent up there, and a lot of people told me, well, how come he's here? What's he doing here? And I said, hey, he's doing his part. You know, we're all trying to do that. By the time it was all said and done, everybody wanted to take him. And you're right, San Miguel has approached me. And I was actually with one of the individuals, with the sheriff. Mm-hmm. And he called him in front of me and he says, hey, do you want to come and work for us? And I said, he won't go with you, he's stuck with us. So we appreciate his effort. We appreciate all he did. He ended up being a great asset. So Travis, thank you for that. And I know you were working 24/7, and if he needs a break, we need to give him a break.
Yes, yes, we're lucky to have him. Thank you, yeah. Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
okay,
Commissioners.
And thank you for your presentation, and thank your group for the wonderful job they do.
They are amazing. They really are. actually, I know we have Matt, if he wouldn't mind standing up, please. Oh, he's up. There's Matt, Matt Hunt, and of course Miguel. And we have Paul Sigurdsson, and Jake is already standing, and Alan. And I think, oh, and Jim, I don't know if he's still here. Jim stayed, our other PIO, but we have a good representation here, and they all just do an incredible job.
Well, thank you all. You're all part of the puzzle. And together, that's what I say, we'll get it done together. So with that, thank you, and we're gonna move on to the financial report. Mallory? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Chairman, and Commissioners. So it's Mallory's Comedy Corner. You guys ready?
Let's go.
Why are cars faster than bicycles? Because bicycles are too tired. Bum. Okay, so let's go over the financial summary report. So right now, we have currently closed FY22 as of June 30th. We are still receiving revenue up until September, okay? We have opened FY23 on July 1st, and we are preparing to submit our budget request for FY24. So there's 3 fiscal years that my staff's working with. What you have in front of you, I'm gonna focus on column F, line number 14. This is the state road fund. Fund revenue, we've received $969.9 million. We have spent, column F, line number 23, $877.8 million. So as you can see, we have more revenues, but we are still expected to receive 2 months more of state revenue, and we'll have that number by the end of September. On the next page, we will talk about the restricted revenues. Column F, line number 23, we have received $110.9 million. We spent $73 million of that. Again, these funds are the same way. We will have until September to receive all our state revenues for the restricted funds. On the next page, this goes over our cash balance, and it compares where we were at of June of 2021 versus where we are today of June 30th of 2022. The state road fund balance has about $142.6 million more in cash. However, I just want to keep this noted that this is a little bit deceiving because this does not encompass any of our encumbrances. So although it shows $465 million of cash, we still have to pay for all our purchase orders. So this does not take that into consideration, okay? And then we have our restricted revenues. We have about $42.8 million more in cash in restricted revenues. And again, that does not take into consideration our encumbrances. And then, like as Deputy Reese did mention in his presentation, we are seeing a fluctuation in our cash. From 1 month to another, we spend about $80 to $90 million a month paying out our community, our contracting community. And with prices rising, it kind of can be a little bit concerning at this point. We have to balance, we need to make sure that we are funding all our projects, and it's just concerning at this point. We're still receiving our revenue. We're projecting, what we projected at the beginning of July of 2021, we're gonna receive it, but the prices of inflation is a little bit concerning. I just want to bring that to your attention. We are doing everything we can to make sure that we're balancing, and I assure you that we will not overspend, but it is concerning and is something to bring to your attention. And the last page I have for you is where we're going to end our state road fund balance and our restricted road fund balance, which is considered our savings account. I project at the end of 6/30 of 2022, the state road fund balance will have about $24.8 million of savings. Our restricted funds will have about $47.6 million. So this is money that we can put into FY24. Okay, so we've already put in our money that's already put into these numbers for FY23 that we started in July, but this $24.8 million, I project that it's gonna grow just because we haven't closed out FY22 as of yet. But it is $24.8 million, and like I say, you should probably have like at least 1 to 2 months worth of savings, and if we're spending about $80 million to $90 million a month, and we have 24 million, if something were to go bad, you know, just think of it that way. And that, Chairman and Commissioners, I stand for any questions.
Thank you for the fine job you always do, you and your staff, and I just want to ask you one question that I ask you every time. As far as we are today, to the best of your knowledge, we're in stable financial condition, right?
To the best of my knowledge, we're stable, but the inflation is a little bit concerning. We're watching it every day.
And we'll make adjustments as needed.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from my fellow commissioners? With that, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to bring up David Quintana. David Quintana started his career here in District 4, right?
This is true, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again for your time. I'm here to present a bar. This is a fiscal year 23 bar number 4. This is for establishment of budget authority for 100% state program. This bar will increase our contractual service category 300 by $9.6 million to fund right-of-way relocations and construction for New Mexico 109, better known as Jarales Road. The department received $14.5 million from BNSF to use towards the completion of this project. We have spent $4.9 million in right-of-way and design and safety activities, so we are requesting the remainder of that $14.5 million to be approved.
Commissioners, you heard the request on the approval of budget adjustment request bar number 4, New Mexico 209, Jarales Road. What is the pleasure of the commission? Mr. Secretary, what is your recommendation?
Mr. Chair, I've discussed this bar and the others with staff, and I recommend approval.
What is the,
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we accept this bar for Jarales Road.
we have a motion for approval from Commissioner Lundstrom. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Alice. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously.
As always, Mr. Chair, you make this easy for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, love the shirt.
Thank you.
Go to number C, approval of bar number 5, New Mexico 4. Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, this is a bar for FY23 number 5. FY23 bar is required to establish budget authority for the 100% state program. The bar will increase the contractual services category 300 by $9.5 million to fund the New Mexico 4 East Jemez Road up in the Los Alamos area. The department entered into a cooperative agreement with the Department of Energy. The DOE will reimburse the department $7.5 million of that. All salary and change orders costs will be the responsibility of the department. The funds are supported by the state road fund. And I think, Mr. Chairman, if you remember back when we all started here under this administration, I kind of briefed you all on the funds that were provided from WIP and DOE as part of their settlement with the Environment Department, and this is just the close of that. So we had about $3.5 million remaining in that project. And that intersection project back in 2018, when we developed it, 2019, was around that number. And as you can see, due to inflation, we are well into probably the $8 million range. What has been comforting is that I've worked with Department of Energy, NNSA, the National Nuclear Science Administration, to fund the entire project, the entire $7.5 million of the project, which will be reimbursed at some point. So that's good news. So we are well over the 3.5 that we had for this project, but they are willing to cover that. It is a good project for not only WIP, DOE, but also the community of Los Alamos, all the tribes and pueblos, all the stakeholders. Bandelier National Monument is a stakeholder in this. So this is an important project, and Mr. Chairman, with that, I request your approval, and I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Secretary, what is your recommendation?
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval. The bar is presented.
You all had a chance to review it. Any discussions, any comments? If not, what is the pleasure of the commission?
I'll make a motion to approve the bar as presented.
We have a motion from Commissioner Chenoweth for approval of bar number 5, New Mexico 4. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
I have a second by Commissioner Sandoval. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you. And then just for the record, 10D, that was taken off the agenda, so we will not be addressing that one. So now we'll jump to approval of bar number 7, response and relief supplement.
Okay, I'm presenting bar number 7. I'm respectfully requesting your approval to increase our project design construction program. This bar will increase our contractual services by $18.5 million and our other costs by $10 million. These funds will be used to compensate increases due to inflation and help with maintenance activities. This money was given to the department during the pandemic. FHWA gave us $82 million. And since then, we took out $54 million, so this money will take out the remaining of it. So it's 100% reimbursable. This does not go against our savings account, and therefore I respectfully ask for your approval.
Mr. Secretary, what's your recommendation?
Mr. Chair, recommend approval of bar number 7.
You've had a chance to review it, fellow commissioners. Any comments, any changes, any questions? If not, what is the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve bar number 7 as presented.
We have a motion from Commissioner Ellis for approval of bar number 7.
Second that motion, Mr. Chair.
And we have a second from Commissioner Lundstrom. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That carries.
Chairman and Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on now to one of our favorite guys, Mark Lovato. And when he's smiling like that, I'm very happy.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Secretary, going on to page 50. At the beginning of June, we were holding $197 million towards your debt service. On June 15th, you do make your debt service payment, your semi-annual payment. It totaled $196.7 million. That leaves us holding about $568,000 towards your next debt service payment. The department does have also $309 million towards projects. You have $302 million out of your 2021 bond series and $6.7 million in your 2014. The bottom of that page, the department also has a line of credit in the amount of $50 million. It's with Wells Fargo. It's for your BNSF escrow requirement. There was a commitment fee paid during the month of June, a little over $24,000. Going on to the next page. As I mentioned, you had debt service payment on June 15th of $196 million. That comprised of a principal payment of $172 million and an interest payment of $24.5 million. With that debt service payment, you had $157 million that paid off your 2012 bond series. That basically was all of the department's money, but you also had an escrow of about $52 million. That was from your 2022A bond series that was issued. That brought in $52 million to pay off that bond series. So that is no longer outstanding. If you add in your December 15th payment of $22 million, the fiscal year debt service was $218 million. Going on to the next page. Your next bond payment is December 15th. It'll be an interest-only payment. It'll amount to about $22 million. With that, it's time for any questions.
Any questions, fellow commissioners? And as I always ask you, as I asked Mallory, you were very happy with our portfolio, right?
You're very happy. The department is in a great position. You'll have about 90% of your debt portfolio paid off in the next 7 years. It's a great position to be in.
That's good news, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go on to discussion regarding proposed memorial dedication for fallen officer Sergeant Robert Barron.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman, Secretary Serna. I'd like to introduce Sergeant Carrillo for...
Welcome.
He's here to stand in support of the proposed memorial. So this is a kind of a unique request, and I'll start off with that. The item that's here before you has kind of had a grassroots effort, how it came to the department. It's on a very somber note. It's in regards to a fallen officer. And so currently the department does not have, unless it's through dedication of a structure, of a roadway, or of a building, a way to dedicate a memorial sign. Usually we do corridors, something to that effect. The discussion here today is I've been in contact with the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office through Deputy, it's Captain Mills. He made me aware of this, and when I started looking into it, I was kind of surprised at what I had found, because going back, this incident that we were looking to memorialize happened back in 2013. And so when I was actually able to speak with Captain Mills, he mentioned that he would be retiring and that this was one of his efforts that he had taken up to try to get done before he retired in December. In your packet, I gave you the executive summary from the NIOSH, which is the report from the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. The premises for this is that the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health is an institute within the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, is a federal agency responsible for conducting research and making recommendations for the prevention of work-related injury and illness. They investigate officer-involved fatalities through traffic crashes. So within that, there's a few points that I'd like to bring up. It was on December 5th, 2013, 47-year-old Sheriff's Office Sergeant was fatally injured when he was struck by a motorist while investigating several motor vehicle crashes on an interstate highway. The sergeant had been dispatched in response to a report of multiple minor motor vehicle crashes under blizzard conditions. Disabled vehicles were situated on the shoulders of the northbound and southbound interstate lanes, as well as in the median. Officers from the state and the county law enforcement agencies had all responded to the scene. During the response, the sergeant had crossed the highway to speak with other officers. He was walking along the northbound shoulder, facing traffic, when a passing motorist lost control of their vehicle and slid into the shoulder, striking the sergeant. After stabilization by fire and rescue personnel at the scene, the sergeant was transported to nearby level 1 trauma, where he succumbed to his injuries the following day. The contributing factors, just to briefly go over them, weather was the occurrence that dispatched the deputies and the state police out there. It's one of the things that we probably all know a little too well with NMDOT, with the motorist, is not moving over into the left lane or slowing down when there's officer-involved incidents and traffic management going on. One of the other things that I'd highlight is it's a low frequency and a high-risk event, which when we're removing snow, this is right up DOT's alley. And through that, just to give you a little bit of background that I wanted to go over, is about the sergeant, is the sheriff's office that he served has an area of 3,700 square miles with a population of more than 100,000 people. As of March of 2014, the office consisted of an elected sheriff, an undersheriff, 2 captains, 3 lieutenants, 9 sergeants, and 50 authorized deputies, of whom work full-time on investigations. In addition, 7 support staff serve the office. So that gives you a little bit of background about the sheriff's office. The one thing I would go over personal details is the sergeant had been in law enforcement as an officer for 25 years. He had been with the sheriff's office since 2006. In April of 2009, he was promoted to detective. He was promoted to sergeant in November of 2013. He had been back in the field for 2 weeks when this had happened. What I'm asking for you to consider today, and it's only a discussion item, is that through efforts from the New Mexico legislature, because currently we have Commission Policy 61, but when I started looking into this with Captain Mills, what was brought up was the 55th legislature had a bill introduced, which was the fallen officer signage, which I reached out to the bill's sponsors to kind of find, it had passed committee, it had passed both committees with the House and with the Senate, but it did not successfully make it through the Senate. we didn't have details of why it was not reintroduced in 2022, the department had supported it in talking to support staff. When I reached out to the bill sponsors, which included Mr. Representative Bill Ream, I had talked to him, and he did suggest, he said that, you know, that the language that was in the bill did provide the DOT a way of erecting signage that he thought, if it did not become law, because he understood that that could be somewhat intrusive to the DOT, that maybe that a rule, as he said, a rule, which to us usually means commission policy, can be developed. So what I'm asking is, under Commission Policy 61, currently, you're probably familiar with driving the interstates, we have green and white signs. They're in compliance with MUTCD, which is the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which we need to be in compliance with. Those green signs, what I'm proposing is that at the, we know the exact location, it's 245.5, where the officer was struck, for there to be a memorial sign. That way, it navigates the federal highway system, because we wouldn't be able to dedicate a highway like I-25. It's got multiple designations already, and it would be kind of infeasible for it to become a corridor. And so what I'm asking is that, similar to the way that we have entering and exiting pueblos, entering and exiting districts, we have green and white signs. Similar to that, we would have, our traffic staff would work with the sheriff's office to develop a sign that could be easily visible within, I think it's a half a second for people to see. And it would have the officer's name, it would have the sheriff's office logo, and this would be commensurate with the way that other signs have been done in the area. It'd be double indicated so that you could see it both northbound and southbound. And it would be singly indicated in the median. That way it doesn't have to, we don't have sign clutter with it on both sides. And so I still need to get a few things from Sandoval County. We're working through staff to do, to work on a memorial, but this, I believe, in Commission Policy 61, that the commission shall consider written requests for designation or dedication by name only under the following circumstances. The requested designation or dedication by name is intended as a memorial to an event, a person or persons of historical significance, or intended to honor a person. So I feel that that's what really puts it into Commission Policy 61, and that the district did receive a request, and when I picked it up, it was kind of spinning its wheels with staff, because nobody knew exactly how to present it to get it done. And when I thought it was of recent time, and when I saw that this was going back to 2013 and spoke with the captain that this is kind of his last thing, I will even say that the officers union did create a sign that they were trying to erect. The issue with the sign that's in your packet is it wouldn't clearly be in compliance with MUTCD. Our staff can work with the sheriff's office to make sure that it is, and I wanted to be able to have this as a discussion item for you guys today, and that way we would come back to you in a future commission meeting to ask for approval. But it is not for approval today.
And I think that, as we do with all requests, that first of all, I think they should go, through the office of Stephanie Demet, because she makes sure and researches everything to make sure if they're eligible and all that. This is a very valid request, so we're not questioning the request. And then I would have her work with our legal counsel, Ken, to make sure that everything that we're doing falls within those things you mentioned. And then I think that can start the process moving.
And Chairman, if I may, I have been in contact with Stephanie and conversing with her on this, and I did want to show it to you as a discussion item, and Stephanie is working with our staff to help develop the I can't remember what they're called, but the actual written memorial. She's working with my staff to do that.
Yeah, because she knows all about that, and then if you can work with Ken on those policies to make sure that everything falls within, and I think we can get the ball rolling.
And I'd like to offer the floor to Sergeant Carrillo if he had anything to say.
No, I think the whole department would really appreciate if you guys can approve something like this.
This commission is committed to honoring, people who have done a service, and so like I said, let's just get all the, let's go through the process, and then we need to go through legal, and then after that, then we can, get to that consideration part.
Okay. And,
Yes.
sorry.
And Commissioner Chenoweth.
Thank you, Chairman Adams. I just wanted to thank you, Justin, for being so proactive about this and getting this done as quickly as possible in recognition of the fallen officer, and as well to help Captain Mills fulfill his retirement goal. Thank you.
yes, Commissioner. And we have an opportunity. There's a few more commission meetings this year, and we intend to be back with you at a future commission meeting.
We actually have 3 more, so no.
It's
like
a party, Walter.
Yeah. So with that, get the ball rolling, get with our legal counsel, and once we get all those hurdles cleared, then we can come here and maybe make it an action item.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, and thank you. And with that, I'm going to move on to the New Mexico Railroader Express Annual Report. Yeah,
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, good afternoon. It's great to be back with you again to report on the New Mexico Railroader Express and some of the milestones that we've had this past year. I'm Dewey Cave. I'm the Executive Director for the Mid-Region Council of Governments, as well as Rio Metro Regional Transit District. And it's no doubt most of you are aware that Rio Metro Regional Transit District serves as the fiscal agent as well as the operator of the New Mexico Railroader Express, and we've been doing this for about 16 years. The last time I spoke to you all, the major rail project was the completion of PTC, which was the Positive Train Control, and this is about a $60 million safety enhancement that prevents catastrophic events such as derailments and head-on-head collisions with other trains. And so for starters, it's no secret that we have been experiencing some of the highest gas prices in years. For commuters, particularly state workers, who prior to the pandemic used to comprise about 60% of our ridership, they now have an opportunity to ride the Rail Runner to work for less than a tank of gas. And of course, a tank of gas is pretty expensive these days. So when gas prices skyrocketed back in the spring, we worked with the governor's office to offer reduced fares of 75%. This meant that commuters and passengers alike could now use the train for about $2 a day, going from Albuquerque to Santa Fe. So not only did the governor just extend these discounts to the end of the year, but I'm also happy to report that we're going to start a new schedule as of August the 1st. One of the complaints that we had was that there was no midday service. You only had one train, and so people had to wait around, some of them up to 5 hours. And so we are now going to have a couple of midday trains, not only during the week, but also on the weekend. And this will cut where people won't have to be waiting for the train for more than 2 hours. So not only will this added service appeal to our tourism passengers, but we think the new schedule will also benefit many of the existing workers and some that have chosen not to use the Rail Runner. So this is something that's coming up, and we're really happy that that's happening. And anyway, for a couple of the highlights that happened this past year that I wanted to bring to your attention, there were some capital projects that we will be starting here in the fall. Tony Sylvester, who is our project manager, will be talking a little bit about the report as well as some of those capital projects. But I want to thank you all for your support, and we look forward to another good year on the Rail Runner. Tony?
Thank you.
Chairman Adams, Commission, Secretary, thank you for giving me some time today. I'm just going to hit some of the highlights that we have in this report. I have about 5 slides, but I think they're pretty compelling and interesting for us. It's a change of pace for us. We are focused on positive train control for years, and now we have time to do improvements that will really enhance the passenger service. As you know, we submit this report once a year, but I also want to bring out to your attention that we submit the budget and capital plan with this, which really describes in extensive detail our revenues, our expenditures, and the upcoming projects. It's important for you to know that the NMDOT Transit and Rail Bureau reviews this and comments on it before you bring it to our board for approval. So this has been vetted pretty thoroughly with your transit and rail folks. Overall, the big picture of the budget, $93.7 million of revenue. Just like your roads folks, we have ARPA and even some CARES Act funds in here that are helping us through and allowing us to do these sort of forward-thinking projects that we've been wanting to do for years. $71.3 million in cost. This is fiscal year 2023. We have been talking about positive train control for a while. We have $5 million of new cost every year to maintain this system. So that's a big hit for us, but nonetheless, we can accommodate that. Our system's old, 16, 17 years in many cases, some of our infrastructure. So we are going through with a midlife sort of maintenance and overhaul for the station's IT systems, the locomotives, so we're actually taking some of the engines out and putting them back in, the rail and so forth. We have three critical capital projects I'd like to bring to your attention. One is this centralized traffic control main 2 extension. These are signalization and track improvements in downtown Albuquerque area. It's a very congested section of our track with Amtrak and BNSF going through there. This communication system and these improvements will allow us to shave 7 minutes of travel time off those trains going through that corridor, reduce delays, and allow us a lot more scheduling flexibility to put the trains where we think we need to put them in the schedule. This third one down there, the strategic track and platform improvements. This is forward thinking. We have one project in for 2024, but 3 more projects between 2024 and 2029 to really strategically put passing zones, platform improvements along the entire 100-mile corridor where we can actually avoid delays, reduce travel time, and really improve our overall service with the goal of being able to accommodate the operations for 1-hour headways in all directions. So that's just a target for us, but we are sort of planning on those improvements over the next couple years. I'm not going to go into too much detail on this, but this is our revenues. I think the one thing I would like to point out that about 60% of our revenues in 2023 and sort of typically are from federal formula fund sources. We have an additional 10% from federal discretionary grants, and the remaining 30%, is from local sources like Farebox, GRT, and so forth. So we have a variety of revenue streams from a variety of different sources, and I think the one thing I would like to point out is that the local funds are critical for us to match all of our federal funds. 20% match, we have very limited local resources, so anything we can do to sort of facilitate that or gain some extra funds or save those local funds from being expended allows us to do a lot more capital projects. On the expenditure side, really nothing more to report here other than the increase in the state infrastructure bank payoff. We go to $786,000 this year, and we'll stay there, I think, through 2035. So that's a pretty big increase, again, of local funds for us. You probably can't see it, but you can see the siding projects at the bottom of that second section there, sort of spaced out over the future years. A quick look at our ridership. I think the point here is that the declines that rail runner ridership has experienced are similar to those experienced by all commuter rail systems across the country. The red line is the rail runner, the blue line is U.S. commuter systems in total. You can see the huge decline at the beginning of COVID in March of April 2020. For a year there, we suspended service, so you see the red line staying at the bottom. But once we got service going, we quickly caught up to our peers across the country and performed an increase like they did. Between June of 2021 and June of 2022, we had a 104% increase in rail ridership. So we're getting back to normal, still below where we want to be. This is a sort of a complicated table, but the important line here is the blue line. Looking at July of 2018 on the left, you can see we had about 70,000 riders in fiscal year 19, and in 2022 we had 24,000 riders. That puts us at about 40% of past performance levels. If you look at January and February, you can see that blue line really dramatically increase over the next couple months. To the point in June, we're at 60% of our ridership. So our ridership is coming back. We believe that the NMDOT is shifting to 3 days of work at the general offices. Right now, until this time, a lot of them weren't going in at all. That sort of commute will sort of fuel our increase the riderships, as well as the recreation activities that are sort of re-emerging. I've been looking at the July numbers, and they're looking very positive to actually keep this sort of this capture rate and the recovery rate continuing to increase. And then finally, like Dewey said, we want to sort of leverage this increase and leverage the people coming back to work and the high gas prices, and really make sure that the rail runner provides a service that's attractive, it works for folks, and will be availed by a lot of the people that can use it. So Dewey mentioned our pilot service increase. For 1 year, we are adding this additional train, the AM and PM service gaps. This is the most popular or sort of most given reason why people don't ride more. So I think this will be a huge sort of plus for us. And then these Saturday trains, I think, are equally as important for our tourist and recreation travelers. I think combined with these service and operating changes, as well as the capital improvements we have on deck for the next couple of years, we're very cautiously optimistic about getting back to where we were in 2018 and 2019, but actually even exceeding those ridership levels. So that's all I have. Stand for any questions along with Dewey.
Thank you. Any questions from fellow commissioners? Secretary. Thank you for your report. We appreciate you being here today.
Great.
And updating us.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Does everybody want to continue, or shall we take a 15-minute break? I'm seeing if they're awake. So what does everybody want to do?
Commissioner, Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn.
Hey, she didn't even, hey, that was unanimous. I just wanted to see if you guys are awake. We're on adjournment. So, with the motion from Commissioner Chenoweth, we have a motion to adjourn at 1:02. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Lundstrom. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you all, and thank everyone who participated and helped out. Before you guys go, we have a meeting in August up in Farmington. Business casual. You don't have to take a suit. Okay.